All right. Hello.
Good afternoon, Willie. How are you today?
Doing okay. Feeling slightly sore from some rowing and, you know, cardiovascular activity. So,
Well, that's good.
an
Like, that's a
attempt
good negative feeling.
an attempt is being made. Yeah.
I'm on, like, day 3 of a migraine. I feel like I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Thumbs up for everyone.
No good on that. Um and yeah, just kind of did some of that and realized that, when you haven't been doing anything and then you start doing something and then you go perhaps a little too much, a little too hard on it, your body tells you right away, Stop,
Oh, right away. Right
stop,
away.
and come back to this later. You've done it. Like you've let me know that you intend to do this. I get the message. Fucking stop, and then resume in the near future. So I took the hint. Um,
And
yeah,
threw that rowing machine in the garbage.
yeah, there you go.
You gotta listen to your body.
Now I did own my mom owned a rowing machine when I was much younger, and like that thing was just a sit in front of the couch and play your games with a slider like chair. That's all that was for a while. But no, this time we do it. Yeah, I don't know. Done it before. I can do it again. It's this time without the fun game of boxing as a motivator.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a lot. It's going to be tougher because boxing was a good reason to get fucking sweaty and burnt out. Now
There's no associated cool, feel-good activity. It's now maintenance.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. You can't trick yourself anymore. You just gotta, you gotta eat the fucking the pill raw. Can't hide it in the snacks. Um.
You wanna hear the dumbest trick I've ever learned about eating the pill raw,
Mm,
which is obviously a dog trick.
mm-hmm.
The last time I went to give him his pills for whatever, he didn't want to take them, and I could have hid them inside some meat because he'll just gobble that shit down like he's an idiot. But instead, I was like, what if I drop it on the floor and then go, oh no, don't eat that? And sure enough, honest to God, he sprinted for it and ate it as fast as possible.
Only tasty things drop on the floor. Yeah, that's the
Well, because
lesson.
Paige will be like cooking or chopping vegetables over on the counter, right? And if anything hits that ground, it's gone. It's fucking gone because he's standing right there. So she'll drop like a onion shell, and she'll be like, "No, don't eat that." And she'll have to pry it out of his fucking mouth. So now that applies to his own medicine
Yeah. No, man.
because he's so smart.
That's it. To me, boxing was like peanut butter.
Yeah, it's delicious and better smooth.
And you hide the value. You hide the nutritional value inside of it. Um so that is gonna be a thing. Tomorrow I'm scheduled for my Tenji. So that's gonna be going down this week as
Hey,
well.
I'm glad. Good for you, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah. I know we could have gotten it sooner, but I wanted to get that like 12-week thing from that study that we saw. So
By the way, for everyone who's listening to this either live or at home, well, I mean, you're probably all at home, but you know what I mean in the audio version, as what I'm sure are your favorite influencers, it is our civic duty to tell you that if you have not gotten vaccinated and you have the opportunity, you should probably, that is definitely, go get vaccinated.
can I go one step further? Can I amp it up a little bit?
You can.
If you are living with parents that will not let you get vaccinated, lie to them and go get it.
You've probably lied to them about less important shit before. We're giving you a pass. If you get in trouble, say that we told you to lie. And then your parents can email us.
You snuck out to go hook up. You snuck out to go, play games and fool around and do the drugs. Why not sneak out to get your shot and just fucking lie to them?
Jimmy, you weren't getting vaccinated, were you? Nah, Ma, I was doing crack and getting girls pregnant. All right, then.
Yeah.
That's fine. Just like your grandfather did.
There you go. And like, yeah, protect yourself. Don't let other people fucking, put you in danger over.
You know what they should do? They really want to you know what they need to do? Get people really like the holdouts. They need to be like, hey everyone, hey dumbass guys, if you get your 2 vaccine card, you get an okay to have sex without a condom for 1 year. It's totally binding for realsies. And then they give you the jab, and then the nurse is like, by the way, that was a lie. You're an idiot.
Yeah. What they're actually doing is lottos. Have you seen that? There's like
you mean the lotto that I'm entered into, and I assume you are as well.
No, I'm not.
Why not?
I don't know. I just found out about it. It's weird. I guess
they emailed you. The email you gave them when they mail you your vaccine proof. They emailed you. Go, hey man, you want a chance at some free money? And I went, oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I didn't sign up, but yeah, there's a lotto incentive. Just in case you're somebody who's like, I don't know, but the old 649 like fucking drug inside of you makes you go for it instead, in case that's the deciding factor.
Like, so the people don't know, Quebec is doing this thing where they're having like, I want to say like 6 lotto polls from now for the next month. And it's prizes ranging up to from $150,000 to $1 million that you qualify for by signing up and being like vaccinated. So as I'm double vaxxed, I signed up for all of it, and I could be a millionaire next month. I'm not gonna be. It's gonna be some dumbass, but maybe I could be that dumbass.
And I have known more than enough crossing guards and lunch ladies growing up who are the types of people where this contest would be the deciding factor between getting it or not.
You know what? I don't know why I didn't make the connection that you're talking about. I have known so many people in my life that would do anything for a lotto ticket. Just the ticket.
Madame Larue is specifically, she's only getting that shot for this lotto ticket. It convinced her. It totally convinced her. She wasn't thinking about it otherwise. No question.
It's really smart to weaponize gambling addiction for the good of people's health. Like, for real, like, genuinely.
It's smart. Yeah. Just
Are you addicted to gambling? Try being addicted to not being dead. That's a good one. Oh man.
Yeah, something.
Go get your shots.
Something to look forward to. One of these, and you know what they love? They love the optional payouts, the tax-free lump sum or win for life.
Oh God! Never take the lump sum.
They always. But they. You always take the win for life. You always take the win for life.
Oh, it's so much more money.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And you can't blow it all like an idiot.
But the big number greed, though, that number, there's so many zeros. You're like, well, but what if
it's literally a 6th grade math equation? Like, hey, if you were given,
see, the question is like, does the win for life actually have an asterisk that says, life means until you're 65, and then it stops. You know,
I mean, even then, the math on it is still probably way, way towards the fucking win for life.
Yeah, take lump sum and invest. I mean, it depends on the amount difference, doesn't it? It depends on the amount difference.
That could be like really smart, unless you invest it in like Dogecoin or some shit.
The lump sum versus payout amounts that I remember seeing were such that, like, when you did the math on it, over the next 20, 30 years, you eclipsed...
Oh, they give you so much more over
you eclipsed what you would have gotten in the lump sum, you know?
Yeah. Lump sum is okay if you owe a lot of money to a lot of bad people, right? Like, that makes sense. But if you're kind of okay, if you're doing okay, man, fucking take the lifetime shit.
Yeah, and also, like, you have a guarantee of it's just like, you can, I don't know what kind of life plan you put together for yourself, but it's like, you know, there's nothing to stop you from investing the lump sum too, you know. So
the most important thing, and this is actually very serious, I don't think anyone in our audience is going to win the lottery in the near future, but regardless of the monetary value of it, one of the biggest reasons why you would want to do the payout for life is because getting a enormous lifestyle annihilating payout can kill you.
There's that.
It has a very, very high correlation with like horrible suicidal depression, because you'll watch like friends and family turn on you.
Oh yeah, there's that.
Your fucking lifestyle is gonna just fall apart overnight.
People,
and it screws you up.
People can get very weird. You'll deal with a lot of shit. It's true. Yeah, no, a moderate. You need the right mentality to be able to handle that kind of change in things, you know. Not to mention the fact that I want to say there was a study that kind of was like averaging out happiness over massive windfalls versus massive losses, and it was so negligible in terms of, like, when you get that huge lottery win, your happiness kind of goes back to normal within 2 years or something. Like, it was like a really surprisingly like fast period of time, you know, that you kind of have to keep in mind with a lot of this stuff, because the human brain is fucking weird. But anyway,
here's what's really important. The people listening to this have already won the lottery because they're listening to this podcast. And what else could they want in their life? Nothing.
Madame LaRue can get all the blue hair coloring she wants. You know?
Mr. Brunette, how many smokes do you want with your lotto? Okay.
Just clear out the counter. Yeah.
I mean, dude, working at that grocery store, like, we didn't sell lotto tickets, but you remember that little convenience store right across that little place? They sold lotto tickets, and it was literally the same 30 people every single day.
Yeah. So yeah, you see it, and you see the you know, and the problem is too is that you hear about, like, so like in my particular case, there's literally like an acquaintance of a person I know did eventually win, and and then it's like, well, time to reset the clock on that drive-in addiction, you know, time to just, someone 2 degrees or 3 degrees away from me actually won, well, fuck me, that means I gotta go harder, you know. Or this work lotto group together, they all won and then split it, and then they all retired or whatever. Reset the clock, you know. Yeah, the thing that my friends did was they played mise au jeu. They were huge on Misoja, and that was like basically like baby's first lotto over here in Quebec, where kids can play. Kids are allowed to play, and you just have to bet on the sports games. You know, call the winners, and in some cases, I think you can pay extra to pick your over-unders, and then like you'd win. You know, like if you had like you called 10 games and you got like, you know, a certain amount of them right, then you win like 3 or 4 or 5 or times the amount you bought the ticket for. So, you know, I've had friends like they're like, oh yeah, I won $50 here or there or whatever, but like that's how you get the kids early.
You know, I saw some folks chatting in the chat just now. It's like, yeah, scratch ticket a week could be worse, right? And that's true. My mom had a scratch ticket a week, which was basically like, why not? What if we won, right? There's I've never seen, like, you know, there's alcoholics and drug addicts and every type of addiction, right? There's always the moment, there's the turning point where you can see that it has transcended from a vice into a life-altering problem. And for me, it's when I saw a guy win $50 and then buy $50 worth of scratch tickets.
Yeah.
Like that's the, like, it's right there. There's you're dude, you are fucked. You need to never touch these again.
Like, I mean, I wonder if you could like just start like sneaking in like gacha promotion. Just kind of like go like, okay, it's a lotto ticket, but it's on your phone, you see.
Right. Okay.
And instead of actual money, you win waifus and shit.
Okay. All right. What can I do with those waifus?
Nothing. But
okay.
The feeling
all right.
but the feeling you get when it shines real big
SSR
is huge big feelings.
Border.
Yeah. Right? So you just kind of slowly replace the scratch offs with gacha. I bet you it's 1-to-1. I'm surprised they don't already have like I don't know, like Genshin Impact scratch off tickets that you printed out like somewhere in Japan or something that are like already half and half and like slowly leaking you in from one side to the other. Anyway, that's a thing here. It's huge, and every like 10 years there's a point where the payout number gets so stupid big that it becomes the only news story and the only thing that anyone's talking about, because it's like $100 million or something insane or whatever. Yeah, shit's weird. I don't know. We were always raised to not gamble because it was the devil's work. You see, it's technically like the last time there was a bunch of gambling in the Bible, it was a bunch of people doing it in the church, and then Jesus came and he like drop kicked them and threw them all out and said, "Don't you gamble in the church, fuckers." So then it was like, oh shit, I guess God doesn't like gambling too much.
God loves gambling.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't like when he can't play. He doesn't like when he's not in on the odds. You know, he's a
God
huge
thinks
fan.
Gambling's the fucking shit.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, there's evidence of this in the actual book, but he wasn't allowed in on the dice games that were going on.
Yeah, no.
In the temples. So then Jesus came and broke it up. You weren't paying your cut, you know. How was your week?
That was okay. I lost the farm gambling. No, I didn't.
Why would you bet the farm to begin with?
I don't have a farm.
But the saying, betting the farm, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, betting the farm has an obvious historical precedent. It's dudes that would literally bet their whole farm.
but that's what I mean. Like, and the farm that your dad gave you that you're probably supposed to give to your kids, and you just fucked their futures up. Crazy.
Well, I mean, I can explain the literal direct reason why you would bet the farm.
Because you're not in control.
No, it's not even that. It's because your clothes have no value and you have no money left. It's the only thing you haven't bet.
Well, yes, obviously.
And
but
you,
also...
And you gotta make it back. You gotta chase your losses.
Of course, you double down every time. Yeah. But, like, it's, you know... but also, you know, you've not listened to the song. And you do not know when to run.
And then, like, I mean, I got an ace. There's an ace on the table, and the river fucked me. Ah, well, time to cash in on that life insurance for the wife. Don't get caught up in gambling, kids. It's bad for you. All right.
You know, that was a song. You know, that song was literally about a dude who's on a train, but the guy who's singing the song is not even the guy who did the gambling. It was another guy who walked in and he told him how fucked up gambling was. And then after he finished telling him his story, he walks in and then he takes his last like fucking bottle of booze and then he promises him a story and then he tells him the story about how you got to know when to hold him, know when to fold him, know when to walk away, know when to run. And then he fucking just dies on the train. And then the guy who's like the storyteller is like, that's fucked up, and then he just gets out and leaves, and that's the end of the song. Some old fucking like some dirty
song.
Some broke ass fucking gambling dude came in, drank his last whiskey, and just fucking croaked. And that was it.
You know, I don't know about you, Wooly, but we've been talking about like addictive things, mainly gambling. I think every family has at least one, maybe two per generation dedicated losers who are way into everything that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And they're useful. They're really, really useful. Man, you don't want to end up like your uncle, do you?
Yeah.
He got into the scratch tickets, and look at him now.
The person to point to. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's useful as shit. Oh, man. All right, so what I do with my week. I'm thinking about it, and it's one of those weeks that I'm now going to my Twitch page to look at previous broadcasts because I can't remember. Oh, now I remember. I played the Pokemon Unite. That Switch game that's the MOBA for children.
Yes, I did see a breakdown elaborating the monetization system, and there was someone who like did an insanely detailed post and like just everything there is to it, and it's the craziest I've actually ever seen. I don't know if there are wilder examples out there, but this was to me by like the most intense, the most ridiculous, and confusing as well. Like the levels of obfuscation for what you're getting and shit were, I barely understood.
Because you're not buying power, you're buying upgrade materials to put into items that you did get for free to upgrade them to give yourself stat bonuses that aren't actually described clearly. Like, how much of a stat bonus does leveling this item give me? Like, I have an item on one of my characters is like give plus 10 to SP attack, right? Which is a typical Pokemon buff, right? Except SP attack is not a listed stat anywhere. It might as well say attack biggerer.
Like, not even like a bar with no numbers? Like, there's just nothing? Okay.
I don't like. It's giving me plus 10 SP attack, right? How much SP attack does my character have? I don't know.
Well, you've now actually played League and you've played HOTS. So
I
like
have played HOTS. I have played League. I have played this. I have played 1 round of Smite, and I have played 1 round of Dota.
how is the onboarding?
The onboarding is smooth. It's very smooth. It gives a really good first impression. It gets you into a game easy. And let me tell you, I joked about beating up children when I was playing Fortnite. The children playing Fortnite are like 8 to 10, maybe. 8 to 13, let's say, right? It really feels like you are dumping on 4-year-olds playing Pokemon Unite. Like you will do a 5-minute match and you will see that the fucking Charizard on the other team got 0 kills and 0 points and died 12 times. And you could tell they were a human.
But there's no way to confirm, right? No voice chat,
No.
Yeah, obviously. There's no way to know for sure that they were a toddler.
But like there are tons of games in which
the aura of toddler was felt.
There are tons of games in which there's one person on each team doing 90% of the everything. And then it's like literally babies who may not, as somebody points out, who may not know how to read.
Okay.
Wandering around. And man, you stomp them like they're kids,
because they are
and they're easy to stomp.
If you could take the Call of Duty gamer word system and just drop it into this game, that might be worth the price of entry, just to hard confirm hearing the cries.
Just like hearing crib noises. So on
kids
its
doing
face,
their homework. Yeah.
I'm gonna break down your Pokemon Unite. First of all, the first impression's extremely good, particularly since it's the best running and looking Switch game, which was very shocking to me.
Considering the footage was the complete opposite when we first revealed it.
That footage was of the phone version, I think. It is targeting 60 FPS, and it's usually at 50 to 60, and it's running at 1080p with anti-aliasing.
I am shocked.
And there is I shit you not, this looks like a bug, green FPS counter in the top left of the screen.
By default?
Yes.
Oh, what?
That looks like a bug!
I mean, like maybe it's an intended bug, you know? Maybe it's let's fix that later.
I don't know,
because it's a flex.
But it's like it's like video card green, like status.
Yeah.
Like how there's a purple and a green that are used for and a yellow that are used for on-screen display stuff.
Yeah, 255, 255, 0. It's the extremes of the of the color. Your color.
The other thing,
magentas and such.
It controls really well. There's a lot of control options that you can get a hold of, such as having separate buttons on your controller to do auto attacks against, jungle creeps or other Pokemon.
And it's not a cursor; it's like direct control of the unit, right?
There's when you hit the A button, which is default attack, a big circle appears around your character that shows you their area of effect of where they could attack. So melee attackers, it's quite small. Ranged attackers, it's really big. And if something is in there, then the auto targeting kicks on. If you're hitting A, it'll auto target a Pokemon, and then it'll target a Pokemon based on the option you chose, which is lowest percentage health, lowest remaining health and absolute value, or closest. and you get to pick that. And then you hit your skills buttons on your controller on the triggers, and those are going to auto target, but then you can use your right analog stick to move them wherever you would want. It controls really well. My initial feeling was, wow, a MOBA absolutely 100% works on a controller. This feels great. I can't wait for the console version of League instead of this.
Okay.
Then I played some matches and had tons and tons of fun with those matches.
Uh-oh.
And I played for 3 or 4 hours and did not get to player level 9, which is when the ability to power up your items with other items comes into play, which is where all the real money dollars are.
And what Pokemon did you choose?
I chose not Slowpoke. I chose Snorlax. Snorlax is a tank. He's very hard to kill. He body blocks. I also played as Machamp and Gengar. Gengar is the most broken MOBA character I have ever seen. Not even played. Like, seen.
Okay.
He has a move called Sludge Bomb, which is a targeted poison. Lasts for 8-9 seconds. And he has a dash attack called Hex that teleports him to the enemy, makes him untargetable for a second, and then does a bunch of damage. And if you hit a Pokemon that has a status effect on them, Hex goes from an 8-second cooldown to a 1-second cooldown. So you just do it again.
Do it again.
And you just do it again. And you just do it again. And you just do it again. And it is like... And there's another character named Zerora or whatever that has like their attack goes up when their health goes down, and they have like an AoE around them that is just completely fucked. And the game's balance is an absolute shit.
Okay.
It feels deliberately unbalanced.
Now that like 1 second cooldown based on the enemy being debuffed or like afflicted, is that something you have to do with his sludge ability, or can your partner do that?
Your partner can also do it.
Okay, so you can just co-op that and just have them. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yep. That sounds insane. Mm-hmm.
It feels like deliberately unbalanced. And the other thing is that they have a modified system. You're not like killing turrets. You're scoring goals by gaining points, killing other people, or killing mobs. And they have what are really... Oh, man. Let's see. Wooly, do you have any MOBA experience at all?
None, but, I mean, I did play Guilty Gear 2 Overture.
All right. You know what? I'll work with it. So in League of Legends, which is this game's direct inspiration, in League you have a dragon that spawns at one end of the map, and you have a big worm monster that spawns at the other end of the map. Mm-hmm. And when you kill them, one gives you buffs, and then it'll respawn in a couple minutes. And then the eel freak will basically help you blow up towers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at some point in the match, if you do a team kill, everybody runs over to try and get that to get a further advantage, right? Pokemon has that. Zapdos will spawn in the middle, and Rotom will spawn at the top, and there's a third one that spawns at the bottom. And
oh wait, I played HOTS. Yeah, no, I kind of know what you're talking about, right?
If you were doing really well, hey everybody, let's go get Zapdos. And what Zapdos does is he removes the speed debuff on the enemy side of the board and lets you score instantly instead of taking time.
Okay.
Well, the problem is that Zapdos is the only thing that matters. Every single game is decided by who gets to kill Zapdos, because the advantage it gives you is so enormous that you can't come back off of it.
Okay. So it's the only goal that
People are calling it the golden snitch in the chat, and that seems appropriate.
Yeah, all right. The highest priority target. Can you pick multiple of the same type on your team of 5?
No, everybody has to be different on a team.
Right. So, is there a race for Gengar, and then the rest is just the scraps? Yeah.
It's a race for Gengar and a race for Zorora, and then for Snorlax, and then for Pikachu, and so on and so forth. There's 21 in the game right now, and even from my very limited time, the difference between the top and bottom are unbelievable. It's wild. It feels like a kind of thing like, let's get it out there and we'll fucking fix it later kind of thing.
So, based on this being your biggest, the first thing you're bringing up about the game, suddenly it's like, no wonder all of these fucking, like, channels are posting endless tier lists. The only content that exists for this game right now
is the tier list. Yeah.
Tier lists. Videos about tier lists, articles about tier lists. Everyone is just, that's the only thing that exists. No one's talking about anything else. Except for like who's top, what's what, and it's just like that seems to be the only discussion. And like the fact that that's what's happening at something that is so new seems pretty just like that's like an unhealthy fucking direction for things to go in.
Well, here's another unhealthy thing about the game. So we're on week 2 now. Week 1, Gengar was not in the free rotation. And so the overwhelming thing was spend the $8, buy Gengar, win. This week, Gengar is in the free rotation.
Okay.
So it's not as bad, but I mean, next week it'll change. It's really like, so people are complaining that the what do you call it? That the item pay to win stuff is really bad, and it is, but the character balance is just as much of a pay to win thing, where if you start playing the game at the wrong time, maybe you don't get to play characters that are good. There's something about it that I really dislike strong, and didn't even realize you could do it until I was reading an article about it. There is currently right now a login bonus campaign and all these little things. So you would get stuff like Cinderace and Ninetales and I think Greninja for free. And Krusty too, I think. Or Crustle, whatever, right? After you play a couple matches, it says, hey, you want to buy a second Pokemon with your coins or whatever? You can buy the ones you're going to get for free.
And you get no credit when the time comes?
No.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh,
they refund you? Okay, you know what? Fine.
Oh,
I was not aware that you get a refund. I assumed the worst.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
All right,
that would
that's
be
fine.
Horrible if you fucking didn't do something in that situation. Yeah. All right.
So, in terms of how it plays, playing it on a controller actually rules. It plays really well.
And you don't need, you're playing with the stick, not the D-pad, right? So you don't need to.
Yeah, the D-pad's for like chat stuff.
Okay, because the D-pad on the Switch controller, like I said when I was using it for Tetris, is awful because it snaps back in opposite directions. So if you press left too hard, it'll trigger a right input, and up will trigger a down input.
That's sick as shit.
Terrible. So precision games like Tetris, it's awful. But if you're using the stick mostly, then I guess you can avoid that. Ultimately, using Joy-Cons is also another way.
let's get into like the meat of it. It's really fun to play. Like the core thing to take away from it is that their grand success is controlling your character and playing the game is excellent.
Huh. Okay.
Right? They've done away with. So you know how HOTS had that thing where you leveled up and you had to pick skills or traits, and then League and Dota have the shop, for example, to get items.
Okay.
And all those other games have 3 skills and your ult and 1 passive. Pokemon has way less of that. So you get 2 skills and your ult, and as you're leveling up, you get to choose which skills you want to replace what. So like you'll have Machamp, and like you get either like a movement
The signature
increase or
moves.
like a throw, right? And there's no traits and there's no store. And when I was playing it, I was like, this is really great. I'm having a lot of fun. And then I hit like a moment, which was like about an hour after my stream ended, where I was playing Machamp, and I was like, he has some good moves and some bad moves, so I picked the good moves every time. And there's nothing I can do with this character other than play it. I can't change something in my build. I can't
Tweak
focus
to have a custom approach to something.
building up this attack to be better, because I can't build up my ranged attack to be stronger because this guy's doing it at range. It's just like I hit this wall like 5 hours in where I was like, oh, this is really simple.
Okay, but question, in other games, so in HOTS I remember for the few games I played, when you get to those upgrade points, you can, you kind of pick a path of what you want to unlock for that character, of a couple choices. Every other MOBA has these like alternate pathway or like grooves.
Usually they put it through in a shop.
Okay.
Right, where it's like, do you want to grab health potions alone in like League, there are like 3 or 4, and the ones that I always pick are either your standard ass health potion, or there's a health potion that like it's only 1, but after you go back to base it'll regenerate itself.
So there's different ways to play the champions in other games, basically.
Yeah. The Pokemon is the Pokemon is the Pokemon, and they only have 2 buttons that they get to really use, plus their default attack. It's really cut down.
Okay.
And like somebody points out correctly, the matches are 5 minutes long. So
that's
there
really
isn't
short.
enough time for builds.
Yeah. Okay.
I think there might have 10. 5 is quick mode. Okay, it's 5 or 10 minutes long. My mistake. But it's like, I don't know. It just feels. It feels truncated. Like. MOBAs have a problem at that their matches are usually too long.
Yeah,
45 minutes is too long.
The 45-minute complaint and being locked in. So I guess this answers the question I was about to ask, which was like, I'm surprised that, well, first of all, one, are you sure you're not having fun based on stomping a bunch of children? Because
that is exactly why I'm having fun.
Because like, how come being forced to team up with 4 children is not the most annoying thing in the world to you? And I'm guessing the answer is because you only have 4 minutes and 59 seconds to deal with them.
That, and if one good person can beat like the whole other team if they're shit.
Okay. So you don't have to actually, so like, if you're in a short game, then it doesn't matter. You're not going to be pissed off about the whole teammate thing. But a game like League or a game like Apex, where you're working with these people for an extended period of time.
Oh, like you can, like, I can like look up and see like, oh man, Charizard's really eating shit up top. I'll try and help him out, I guess. And like that moment happens like twice, like tops, right? If they're really fucking the dog on it. In League, you're getting a ping in some cases every 90 seconds that the guy up top is feeding the opponent. And then at a certain point, that opponent comes for you, and there's nothing you can do to them.
Mm-hmm.
And there isn't enough time for that kind of snowball to really get offensively rolling. There is a really, in my experience with like League and Heroes of the Storm doesn't do that. Heroes of the Storm, you level and de-level as a group. So once the other team has a big level advantage, they just roll you.
Yeah.
But in League, it has this weird feeling that it's the cause of the 45-minute shitfest, which is one guy on your team did just bad enough that the other team has enough of a numerical advantage to beat you every time you see them, but not enough to close the game out.
Interesting. Okay. Because so in HOTS, everybody eats. Everybody's fed.
Yeah.
And in this game, you can still have a top is fed, mid is feed.
You can totally. Yeah. No. There were moments where I was like a level 13 Gengar rolling up on like a level 8 Pikachu, and it might as well have just put the controller down and evaporated away because there's nothing to be done. There's no hope here.
So the key to T game as an aside, the key to team games for you is extremely short duration, like extremely short game time.
Not necessarily. Like, I mean, I've enjoyed most of my games of League, even with shitheads. And ironically enough, I did have one legitimately toxic game of Pokemon Unite, despite a 10-minute timer, in which I couldn't understand. I was doing pretty well and winning most of my fights, but my team was losing really bad until somebody in my chat pointed out that the Greninja in my minimap had not moved for 2.5 minutes and was sitting at the base.
Well, you know, his mom called. You have to go fucking take the trash out.
Nope, because this was after a surrender prompt that failed.
Oh, you have to all agree?
Enough of you have to agree.
And if you don't, then they just sit there salty.
Yep.
Oh,
and to its credit, and we'll have to see how it works out, in Pokemon Unite, you have 100 good player points. And if you get reported for being a shithead, either idling maliciously or feeding or there's only two: idling maliciously or harassment, be it racial or sexual or what have you. You get I think it's up to minus 10 good boy points a day or per match.
Okay.
And once you dip below 80, you're not allowed back in a ranked. And once you dip below 60, you're not allowed to play with human beings at all.
Wow, but you can still play offline.
You can still play offline bot matches, but here's where the fuck comes in. You can only earn 5 good boy points a day.
That's what I was about to say, is how much can you earn back? Yeah.
5.
Okay.
So
and you can see these points too. You can see your karma.
If you get 3 or 4 bad games in a row, you can get kicked, like where you're a dick or people just don't like you. They can kick you down to the point where it will take like 4 or 5 days of bot matches to get back up.
Can you go over 100?
No.
Okay, so you can't store up
to 100,
good boy points.
They'll give you daily rewards.
You can't store up good boy points for a year and then have a month of absolute shittery.
You can't store up like
karma.
You can't store up end passes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And then blow them all in one tirade.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. That's important.
So yeah,
Huh.
it's a well put together, stripped down MOBA that within one afternoon of playing, I'm like, this is too simple. I feel like I'm playing the senior footsies of MOBAs here.
Yet at the same time, it's
Right?
a Pokemon game. It can't be
Yeah.
too complex. It's baby's first MOBA.
You're right. Pokemon players, known dumbs.
I mean,
It's
if you're
like Madden. If they were smart, they wouldn't buy it every time.
like, if you're gonna do it right, then you do it in the way they're used to, where you put the EVs and the IVs in, and you put in all the hidden depth, while like making sure that on the surface level, the kids can enjoy their Charizards. You know.
It's funny because League has something like that. League has a 4-page talent spread that you can choose for each hero before a match that I have never encountered anyone who liked it. Rune pages. Yeah. Everyone kind of seems to hate it.
Now it is
they
true that Pokken is a fucking solid ass real fighter. And that in design that they went with, that's like not quite baby's first fighter. It is
Right.
they have done this before. It is true. That's a good example.
But yeah, I'm just like, it's too simple for me, and I went back and played a game of League and was like, this is too complicated.
And you
But
didn't
I'd
feel,
rather play the too complicated one.
you didn't feel the call of the whale.
No. I mean, part of my immunity to Pokemon Unite's charms is that people are like, "Oh man, Zerora is super broken. Oh, you should get him. He's good." And I'm looking at this Pokemon, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck that is. What is that? Is that
Which
like
one? Which one now? You keep saying it. Let me.
Zera Aura?
Zeraora.
Zera Aura Pokemon? He's a he's a like a Lucario Pikachu. He looks like he's like a it's like a lightning.
Zeraora. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. That's a.
I don't know what the
lightning-
fuck that is. I feel nothing. I feel nothing towards this Pokemon.
The design's pretty all right. That's
That's fine.
Yeah. No. Anyone that's a Sonic fan is gonna dig that design.
Yeah.
That's cool. Very mascotty. I like it.
I suppose. But yeah, I'm like, I got Snorlax and Machamp in my free Pokemans, and Gengar is free this week, so I'm good. I'm good. What do I fucking need?
Well, what you need is next week when Gengar's not free.
Oh man, I miss Gengar. I could win with Gengar.
that free sample.
Oh, I don't know, man. I could win with Gengar. Now I can't win anymore. Now that I don't have Gengar, should I?
Pretty brilliant.
Ooh, Gengar's only $8.
Pretty brilliant. Not dumb. Not dumb.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if a secondary team of specifically monetization experts came in and designed that side of the game.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I believe it. It's something I talked about before my stream when I started Pokemon Unite, and I feel like the ongoing stuff with Blizzard, which I'm sure there's more in the news, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism thing. I feel like MOBAs are the absolute dagger's edge of that point, because I was like, okay, who do we got? We have Dota, run by Valve, and Valve's a shithole place to work at. And something recent, so a bunch of anti-trans stuff just came out of there. Okay, we've got Riot, which in every way that matters is baby Blizzard, right? Including some of the Blizzard employees we're going to talk about in a half hour. Then there's HOTS, which is deprecated, and Blizzard. Then we've got Pokemon Unite, which, hey, Nintendo's cool, except it's also made by Tencent, who owns Riot and has the most predatory monetization specifically targeted at children out of any of them.
You got Spite.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's High-Res Studios.
I don't want to play Smite because it sucks.
Well,
so it's like, hey, do you want to play a MOBA? No, don't. And then to most people, the answer is okay. Yeah.
see, because I was gonna say like, ooh, sounds like it's a big boys only world, but then it's like not necessarily. There's Smite, but that's the answer to that, I guess. Then
I don't want to play fucking Smite.
All right, well,
before I streamed Pokemon Unite for the purposes of this discussion, I loaded up Paladins and Smite for about an hour, and I played one match of Smite, and I played a couple rounds of Paladins, and then I was like, I don't want to play these. Just don't want to do it.
okay.
It's a bummer.
Well, that is a surprising turn of events from the reveal, which was very, very, very shoddy looking, bad frame rate.
Bad reveal. Yeah.
And then last week, the monetization system as well coming to light as something being really insane and exploitive. So I'm surprised that that's how that went.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I do have good news in terms of stuff that I played this week. I've been watching Peach Saliva play a lot of Dark Souls 3 lately on her stream. Of which she is streaming tonight, by the way, at 8 o'clock. She's going to beat the game. Check it out at twitch.tv/PeachSaliva. I might be there. I don't know. But, so I loaded up some old From Software games. I loaded up Dark Souls 3, and I loaded up Sekiro. I remember after I beat Sekiro, I was like, man, I don't know. I feel kind of bummed out because I don't really have a lot of incentive to go back through it again with a different build or whatever. And since then, they added those boss rush modes. I don't know if you were familiar with that, Wooly.
Yes. When I went back to it the other day when I was finishing off my playthrough, all those updates were including messages and boss rush. Mm-hmm.
So the messages are horrible. I don't know why they put them in because they're not messages. They're like 30-second like blood stains that you record that you have to record manually.
Yeah, they're messages that are bloodstains. Mm-hmm.
It's like the weirdest implementation ever.
Very strange.
It's really weird. But I am going through it again, and I'm gonna go unlock those boss rushes because I deleted my file a million years ago, and I was overwhelmed with like, I forgot how good that game controls. Like, it feels great. It makes me really excited for Elden Ring having a jump button.
It feels at its best in boss fights.
Yeah.
It feels incredible. And my takeaway when I beat it was, man, like, I know it shouldn't be, and I know that like it's I know that a lot of people don't agree with me on this, but like, I'm here for the boss fights and the boss fights only, you know. That was easily the only part I really fucking got into, and even and that counts the super enemies as well, you know. Any of those characters, super enemies that you had to duel with were fantastic.
Yeah.
Building it all around that would have been my perfect version of the game.
So, like, having like the idea of like I'm gonna beat the game and then I'm gonna unlock these boss trials and then I'm gonna do them and then I'll get costumes to play through the game. Like, it's something. I appreciate it. I'm having a lot of fun with it. But more interestingly, I think I mentioned the Cinders mod to you literally 1 year ago for Dark Souls 3, which was a gentleman named what the fuck is his name? Oh my god. Valkyria, who is just modifying Dark Souls 3 to include like everything that's ever existed. I think all the Bloodborne guns are in the game now.
Ridiculous level overhaul of the game.
And
yeah, I remember that.
It had been 1 year, so I decided to go to the change log and found that the last version I had played was 1.78 and that we're up to 2.07. And that's a guy who actually puts out like patches. Like the patch after mine was 1.79, 1.80, 1.81, all the way up to 2.07. So I loaded it up and it was unrecognizable. Like stuff like the Uchi's fucking whole moveset had been completely changed. And I walk up to what is apparently an in-game universe difficulty selection screen, which now includes a version of Dark Souls 3 that is just a pure roguelike boss rush.
Wow.
You can either choose a set order or a random order, and upon defeating the boss, it will give you a weapon, accessory, or armor token that you can cash in for a piece of gear to continue your run.
And then it takes you straight to the next boss?
Yep.
And it's a random boss?
It can be. You can do a set order, which is all the bosses in a row, like in the right order, or just random. Give me anything.
Oh, that's incredible. That sounds great.
And it's like I loaded it in and I started playing it, and the first two bosses I ran into were brand new. They were bosses the guy had made for the mod.
Wow.
Of which there are now a bunch of them. I'm going over the change list, and now bonfires are tied to killing the pursuer, who is in the game and at least like 10 different locations. Like it's
wow.
It is my favorite mod for anything. Every time I have gone back to it, it is a completely different game. And I went down to their Discord and I asked, hey, you guys are in the Discord, you talk to the mod developer. There's two types of mods. There's, I have the perfect mental picture of what I want in my head. And every update is getting closer to that. And then there's, I wonder what would happen if I did this. This is definitely the second one.
Okay.
When I did a playthrough of it last year, the magic system got completely overhauled 3 times during that playthrough.
Wow. And like rolled out, like didn't do a private build and then let's see which one works. And then
no, you
okay,
just go to the
GitHub
page and download it and put the folder in your game file folder and you're done.
Iterating on the fly. It's crazy. Although
like,
didn't you say though that like version updates means like lost progress?
It can, but I never personally encountered that.
Okay.
The main problem is that the vanilla quests that were in the base game break constantly now, because shit will happen. Like you'll talk to Sigurd and you'll be like, cool, hey, I'll do Sigurd's quest, and then you'll walk up to a new area, an old area that has like a altar, and you'll walk up to it and now there'll be a prompt on the altar that says commune, and it's a secret teleport that kicks you to 10 feet in front of the final boss. and now Sigurd's quest is broken because you progressed insanely far, and all the triggers freaked out.
Weird.
But
Okay.
like it's just so fucking crazy. Like I can't even go. Like I played it for an hour, and like I discovered like genuinely new mechanics. Like he has a teleport system on messages he's hitting in the ground, where I found a message that said gesticulation and I couldn't figure out what it was, so I tried every emote, and then on the point up emote it made me teleport up in the level to an inaccessible location to a secret chest. Like just there's now
Wow.
like invisible floors to bring
Wow.
you to items that you couldn't see. Like it's crazy. It's the craziest thing ever. I've decided I'm going to start streaming it again this week because it's just nuts.
Yeah.
Then I'm playing Sekiro and I'm like, man, I wish Dark Souls 3 had a jump button.
It's funny because that jump button was the bane of my bad habits for a while.
Yeah.
Until coming back, like every time I came back to it, it's just like jump out of trouble, and it's like no, use the dodges for certain things, use the jumps for certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most ambitious mod I've ever seen. Like a feature that was not there the last time I played it, but is now there. There is an NPC that sells you dirt cheap items that are a glamour cosmetic item slot for like almost every cool armor in the game, including ones he imported from Sekiro.
Okay. See, but you see,
Like,
ambitious. To me, ambitious implies like pointing at the horizon and saying we're going there, whereas this is building the bridge underneath you, moving forward. Where it's like it's. I don't know if ambitious is the right word because you're already there. You know, you're just going somewhere.
I don't know. Your analogy has kind of fallen apart for me.
Okay, it's like ambition is a future plan that is high, that is difficult.
Oh, like there's a goal.
There's a goal, it is lofty, and I am ambitious because I am saying we're going here, right? If he were to put out a list of like all the bosses and menus and fights and things he's going to do, and then you look at that list and go, that's crazy, that's ambitious. But just
this is
winging
a
it
kind of
yeah.
Right. So I'll bring up a good example. In the last official patch, I think it was 2.06, this was now added. When you start the game, you can choose to start anywhere in the game, any starting location. You can immediately skip to New Game Plus, and you can select between Standard, Wanderer, Mythic, and Gauntlet new games, which are normal, roguelike, weaponry can't be buffed, but bosses will give you permanent damage boosts. So like a Sekiro mode. And then a just straight up hard mode, which is more enemies, more damage, more everything, etc.
The lengths Souls players will go to not be bored.
Yeah.
like nothing else. Like nothing else.
Like the absolute height of insanity of who this is for is when I walked up to a guy named Magnum Ursus and I asked about the rite of insanity, and it said summary or receive, and I clicked on summary, and it said beat the entire game and defeat the final boss without taking any damage, and then the prompt "you have failed" came up. Because I had taken damage.
Yeah, this is just, like for people who just they're numb and they need new stimulation. You know, I mean, when I heard about Plague and the item randomizer runs at the big, like, in the previous games, like, I was like, that's crazy.
This mod also has support for the item randomizer.
Of course it does.
So you can item randomize this fucking nonsense.
I need a completely new experience that barely resembles what I know, while still having the fundamentals that I have.
Yeah, it's the most impressive thing mod wise I've ever played, and like every time there is a genuine, really incredible benefit to the mod creators, like, I'm gonna do whatever style of development, because I've played, I think, 11 different builds over the course of like last year and a little bit before that and 6 months ago, and each of them was a totally different thing. Some bosses don't exist in certain versions of the mod. Some of them were added back in or changed. Or you remember when we did the DLC in the snow, when you get to the bottom of the pillar, there's like a big wolf boss there that's supposed to be like a Sif?
Yeah.
That got changed at one point to be a fucking rip of Artorias to be in there. And then later got changed to be a completely modded, ground up new giant boss that is now there instead. And it's like I could go back to version 1.31 and probably have a great time with it.
Scholar of the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Whatever.
Like, doing more work than FromSoft on their own. Yeah.
Now I'm seeing some people saying that stuff like Enderall or some of the New Vegas like overhauls are more ambitious. I would disagree, because when I look at Enderall, have you ever heard of this?
No.
It's a new game.
A new game. Well, this is what I was about to say. Like,
I kind of don't consider that the same thing.
When someone takes an engine, someone takes GTA or Quake or something, and just builds a completely new game out of it. Yeah, that's something else almost.
I feel that it should get more credit than being called a mod. That's a new game.
Especially when they're not using old assets. You know what I mean? It's just replacing everything with your own original shit. The only thing you're using is the engine itself. It's like, yeah, that's
I mean,
more.
like fucking Dota, right? It's made out of Warcraft 3 parts, but it bears, as we can all tell now, precious little like actual meat compared to Warcraft 3. Like, it's a completely different thing. But yeah, no, the Cinders mod is incredible, and if you want to try it out, literally just type in Dark Souls 3 Cinders mod, and it'll bring you to either the game's wiki page or the Nexus site, where you can get like the last stable version. I will say there's only one really, really bad thing about the Cinders mod, and that is because so much has been so exhaustively changed. I will pick an item up and I will look at it and I'll read its description and I will be like, I don't know what this fucking is. And you have to go to the wiki and go to the game mechanics page, because there are like 30 new mechanics. I got an upgrade material for killing a boss without getting hit that I couldn't figure out what it was for until I found out that you can give it to an NPC in chunks in order to take rings and turn them into their +1 variations.
So yeah, if this is what happened in the course of a year since the last time you talked about it, and I don't know how long this has been worked on, this sounds to me like the kind of person who is gonna do whatever they're doing and hit a point where they're like, okay, I guess I'm done, and take everything they've done and then just go make their own video game. It
Yeah.
almost like when you have that level of mastery over the modding of something like this, you're already at the point where it's like, yeah, there's definitely his own project that he's going to start working on right after this.
Alternatively,
You'll hear about it soon
that
enough.
that would be really great. But you know what would be cool too? If he got a hold of Elden Ring and just started ripping entire games into it. Are you
Sure.
familiar with
Sure.
the Tale of Two Wastelands mod?
No.
It's a mod for Fallout New Vegas that just fucking jams Fallout 3 into it.
The whole
So
thing.
you go talk to a guy and goes, "Hey, I'm heading out to Maryland. You want to come along?" And they just drop you in Fallout 3
Wow. Wow.
with your character. And ever since then, that's been like the height. It's like, what if we took a game and just jammed it into the other game, right? So I look at Elden Ring and I go, what if you could just play Demon Souls in Elden Ring? What if? Why
Yeah,
not?
just drop the Kanto region right in. Just mod the whole Kanto region.
Kinda, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's a ridiculous statement, but there is a precedent. It has actually been done.
But that is the move. When you hit a certain threshold of like competence and mastery with modding, the only place to go is to then build your own game, make your Undertale.
Yeah, this guy's gone through. Let's see, we're at 2.06 official changelog, and the first changelog is 1.36. So I'm gonna assume just he wasn't putting out changelogs for the 35 versions before that. So we're at over 200 variations of this thing that have included everything from weapon balance to importing incompatible files and models to creating new skeletons and rigs and gameplay behaviors. And like, this guy's got to know what he's doing now.
And also when you do shit like that, you're like, if each of these tasks is like a learning, is a lesson for you too. It's like, okay, how would I do this? How would I tackle that? How would these features work? You know.
And they're doing it with like a game series that in some cases is built weird and fucked. Right? Like the From Software games aren't the most intuitively designed or put together games.
So the full name of that again?
Cinders.
Dark Souls 3.
Dark Souls 3.
Cinders mod.
It's great. I'm probably going to rep it like every 6 months to a year. And if anybody who is listening to this is working on Fallout 4 New Vegas, please tell me how far away it is. Because that will be the high bar for mods. Are you familiar with that one?
Oh, there's a mod called Fallout 4 New Vegas?
Yeah, and it's really simple. It's the Fallout 4 engine's really good compared to the New Vegas engine. What if we just
built it again?
Built the whole thing over.
Jesus Christ.
In the newer engine. And due to some legal shenanigans, they have to redo all the voice acting, which they're doing, and it sounds good.
Yeah, you can do that now. Yeah. You can reach out to these people and you'd be like, hey, this is my project. And they'll be like, yeah, sure.
Like every time they show off like a 10-second clip, it's like, oh my god, what if New Vegas played like a regular video game? Wouldn't that be crazy?
See, like... So, like, when we were growing up, when I was a kid, it'd be like, oh my god, Scott McNeil is coming to Anime North, and all these, you know, big grown voice actor people would be like showing up, and you'd be like, ah, look at that, it's them, it's the voices from the TV. But now it's like, oh yeah, Kira and my boy Octo are fucking killing it. Our peers, our friends, people that are literally just, you know, I'm like one DM away from like, hey, can you do a voice for my thing? Like, yeah, whatever. You know, just professionals are just
that
really
accessible.
good
example is like, and we are part of that group as well. Remurai, gentleman who made our fan game, big fan of the show, recently put out his game on Steam, which I can't remember the fucking name of. Oh my god. I'm gonna go to my email.
That's embarrassing. That's
I'm embarrassed. I can't remember the name of.
I
Where is
can't
it?
believe I can't believe you forgot about Crimson Glaive Sigma.
Crimson Glaive Sigma. That's what it was. It was right at the tip of my tongue. So you can check that out on Steam. But for example, there's a really familiar lady doing the opening text crawl. That hot new VTuber. Have you seen her? Peach Saliva? She's the narrator. How'd that happen? Hey, you want to do a voice for my thing? Yeah, okay.
That's where we are. That's where we're at now.
Yeah, that's how it is. I mean, like, why not?
And it's like, you know, some of these voice actors, it's like, what else are you doing? Oh, you're redubbing Bloody Roar 2? Okay.
Why?
Like, why? They have time.
My question is why. It's not
they
how.
have time.
Right? It's not how. Because it used to be how. Right? How'd you get these people? No, now the question is why.
Because it fucking rules.
Yeah, but it's also like 25 years. How old is it? I don't even know.
It's the best.
I don't even Oh, by the way, to put a point on my earlier statements about Pokemon Unite, I would like to thank Gene, friend of the show, Gene Park over at the Washington Post, who literally 90 seconds ago posted his article. I spent $100 in Pokemon Unite. I still lost a lot, but that still also means it's pay to win. One-on-one wars of attrition were nothing to me, and those seconds and inches of HP matter in a game like this.
Confirmed. Okay. Because the person who did the big write-up on all the micro was kind of like inconclusive as to the full effect of how these buffs will affect your win-loss ratio, you know? But like if it's like, no, you're going to win most of your exchanges if you go as heavy and as hard as possible.
It's
yeah, that's pay to win.
The best way that I can explain it is that, Wooly, if you could pay $30 right now so that once a match in Guilty Gear, you would win a trade that you would have lost otherwise. Come on, right? It looks like a small thing.
Well, I mean,
that's actually a big deal.
I mean, that analogy is being applied to a game that has touch of deaths, but like, yes, I get the point.
This also has touch of deaths. If you hit a good stun and you have enough damage to kill them, they're dead. Because you peeled them? I don't know what... I still don't know what peel means in a MOBA.
That's a MOBA
peel.
term?
It is a MOBA term. I don't know what it means. I've used characters, and I'm reading the guide on how to peel, and I'm like, what is this? What does this do?
The act of reactively protecting an ally or carry, which can be achieved through a variety of possible actions.
What does that mean?
Dealing damage to the enemy, either to make their attack distinctive or dispose of them.
Oh, unstick an enemy off a teammate or yourself. Like, peel them off of you. Like...
Oh.
Like, hey, Wooly, this dude's gonna kill me in a second. And you go, okay, I will peel them off of you with my stun.
Oh, so just, yeah, drawing aggro to take them off of one target towards you. Okay.
Oh, it's the whole thing.
I see.
That's,
I see. Well, that terminology makes more sense then. And used in that way.
What the fuck was I playing? I was playing Runeterra a few weeks ago on stream and encountered my first moment of like scream at my chat. What is that? Like scream at a person. What does that mean? Because I was playing and everyone told me to go face. And I went, what is face? What does that mean? And somebody replied with the phrase, face is Unga. And I've like, there's nothing being parsed from that.
Yeah.
There's nothing here.
Definitely had a couple of those.
What
moments.
does that mean?
Anything else?
Nah, man. If you want to check out, I'm on Mass Effect 3 this week, woo, and Dark Souls 3 Cinders. Go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt, and if you want to see somebody very big and strong and cool beat Dark Souls 3 tonight, that's vanilla. You can go down to twitch.tv/PeachSaliva. That's Monday, the fucking August 2nd, by the way.
Correct. Yes.
In case you're listening to this in the future. Wooly, what did you do with your week and or video games and or pop culture and movies or whatever?
Well, I'll start with this. It happened some time ago, but it's now officially done. My tattoo is complete.
Hey, congratulations. That must feel very relieving.
Yes. It's very nice to finally have that done. I haven't revealed this yet, and I'm going to. And there's still a couple touch-ups, but it's done. It's done. You know. Well,
you need to get into a fucking like battle of ideologies
immediately.
With someone.
Yeah.
And have your shirt untucked in a really stupid way so that you can do the full pull.
I'm already looking into the button snap-ups that I can possibly just like yank right off, you know? Yeah, no, that's a nice fucking, hey, you know? Don't have to think about that. We can move on to other things. There's other ink I want to get, but the most important one is now done. Although again, like I'm gonna touch it up a bit more with little bits and pieces. Yeah, reveal at some point. You know, probably it's just the next day or two or so. I want to see how the healing. I just want the healing to be even because the newest areas look darker than the rest of it. So you want that to kind of take its time to flatten out and such. That shit is from my neck to my spine, and
you should fight clamps,
shoulder blade to shoulder blade. So, like, my entire back is now covered.
Have you seen Clemps' thing?
I have not.
He got the emblem of Jubileus, just shoulder to shoulder.
Let me take a look. Huh. Recently?
Yeah, like last week. Like Jubileus, the creator from Bayo 1.
Bayo 1, yeah.
And he got it all
there
in
it
one.
is. Yeah, that's one shot. Yeah, okay. Wow. Holy shit. Damn. All right. That is a pretty sigil. Very cool.
Should get a back tattoo of dick butt.
Tattoos are cool.
No, wait. It should be of Steve-O holding dick butt.
There you go.
There
now
it
you're
is.
thinking. Now you're thinking. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get moving on it, but I do want to get like full sleeves and a bunch of other shit too. So I want them visible, not just.
Where are you
gonna
stop them, at the wrist?
I don't know. Depends. Because
like it's an interesting look to me when somebody has like the full, like all the way down, and then it hits like the I guess you would call it the line of the wrist.
Yeah.
And then it's just a dead stop.
I like when you can see the art peeking from under the clothes.
Oh, okay.
I think that's a fucking badass look, and I want that. I want to accomplish that. Front, neck, back, side, sleeves, whatever the articles of clothing are being worn, where you can see it kind of coming through a little bit. That's fucking. I love that look.
Now, what about the forehead?
I think I'll keep my big old forehead clear for now. Maybe I'll put a giant diamond right in the middle, like Vision. You know?
Ugh.
And then I'll flex with a big weird flesh colored diamond.
There's only one like forehead tattoo that I'd go, yeah, that's pretty good. And if it would have to be like Mr. Cool Ice's fake sunglasses.
There is that. There is that.
Oh man, I still think
And like
one of my favorite moments talking about tattoos was talking to you, in which we discovered that Mr. Cool Ice was a German guy, and suddenly it all just made sense because you said Mr. Cool Ice in like a German accent. You're like, oh, that's the coolest guy in the world.
because everyone seems to not have any idea. Lil Uzi Vert is a rapper that literally put a super expensive diamond in the middle of his forehead like Vision.
That seems bad.
Yep. Created a weird scar when he did when he took it out.
Of course it did. Of like
Yeah. So that literally did happen.
Bordering on like your doctor being immoral.
Yeah, you can't go to see anybody and have that done. You have to. You have to
see
like
the guy who's like, "What do you want? You want a fucking gun in your ass? I'll do it. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking put it wherever."
Exactly. If you are famous, you can broadcast your intentions, and then somebody knows a piece of shit that got their license, that runs a fucking shop somewhere, that'll go do that for you.
Yeah, I'll do it. Whatever.
Definitely.
I mean, you could. I'm telling you right now, you got to sign this because you could die. Are you cool with that? Great. Okay, great.
Like, look, anytime you see those like insane plastic surgery stories, or like people are like literally their lips are Botox to the point where they can't close them,
or the golf balls in the cheekbones.
Yeah,
kind of
and just stuff where it's like beyond insane, or it's like kind of like freak show levels, and it's like
somebody willingly put that inside.
You found a
person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You found a person that is like, you know, practicing and willing to do this. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so no, that's cool. And you know, more on that whenever more on that develops, but
so you just got that finished?
No, I got that finished weeks ago actually. Okay. I just forgot to bring it up.
So are you like, because I don't know if I've asked you this before, but like what's the post tattoo on like your back, because you're using your back to do everything in movement, so like there's obviously some soreness. How long does that take to go back to normal in air
2
quotes?
days, 3 days.
Oh, okay, so you've been aces for weeks then. Okay.
Yeah, no. You put the second skin on it, it heals up. You have that initial night of like, you know, like, okay, your body's adrenaline is kicking in. It's trying to heal over the ink. And then after that, you have a healing process for about 3 days. You eventually have to like take off the second skin and like wash the area. But like from once you're like 2-3 days out, you're fucking fine, you know?
Oh, good.
And this is with like large patches of back. Like if you're doing a small shoulder, arm, or other thing, like I'm sure
I'm
it's
getting
even
mom
less.
Tattooed on my ankle.
You don't even worry about it, you know?
Yeah, okay. Tell me about Trash Can, Wooly.
So yeah, we played some Runeterra. Boy. Yeah. That's a card game.
It is a card game.
Yeah. I thought it was okay. My initial games, I made sure to get used to it off screen so that I could come in and just be like functional and grasp the systems at play instead of like, what do I click on and where, you know?
There was when the game came out a year ago, there were, thank you, darling. There were, oh god, I want to say like 15% of the current cards, but more importantly, there was 10% of the current mechanics. So if I just fired into a game at launch, like the challenger was there and barrier was there and like 3 other things, and I would mouse over them and go, oh, okay, that makes sense, right? Now,
That was
like,
1 year?
that was 1 year.
Holy fuck.
Okay, Wooly, the first you went through the tutorial thing where it's the challenges and it explains via tutorial every mechanic, right?
So there's the intro when you first start up where you do a bunch of introduction matches that like it's like how you play the game, period. Then you get access to a number of basic decks and you do some like like decks with like 2 champions in them, and then you kind of like try out 2 different styles and learning how to mix and match and do the thing. Then I saw the section with challenges. I did some of them because they each teach you about a mechanic, but there's like 50 of them.
Okay, so get this. They were all on a giant list, right? And by completion. And I think the 4th or 5th one was called Deep, right? And it was about deep decks. That one was the first post-launch one. Everything after that has been in the past 10 months.
That's crazy.
So when I came back to it, it took me like 90 minutes to be like, what the fuck is Lurk? What is Predict? What is Nightfall? What is Daybreak? What is etc.?
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's too much to keep track of in such a short period of time. Like Teppen rolls out new heroes and new decks like you know, like a new hero will show up every couple of months. A new event will roll out like every 2 months maybe. I don't know. It's almost like seasonal with the heroes, but that's a fucking ridiculous amount.
It's a ton.
If you're trying to keep up.
They've done an expansion every 3 months since launch, and some of them, one of them, the last one that came out was like the Shurima one, the one that had the trash cans part of. That one had as many cards in the expansion as the game's original release did.
Fucking Christ, man. So I did not make it down that list. It's just, it was way too many, you know? But I did go to look at like, you know, the characters that I was interested in or the mechanics I wanted to know about. So yeah, I made sure to learn off screen, and I played a bit on my phone, and then I played a bit on desktop, and desktop is way better. Obviously you have more,
much
it's obviously, I mean, it's not a, you know,
much better.
Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, and then you know, once I got the hang of that, then like I basically just did some AI matches, earned the right to go online, and then fought some people. So overall, I think yeah, I dig the system. I like what's, you know, what you're basically doing. There's a couple things that are, and because I'm coming at this with the like weird Freako Teppen game as my point of comparison / the thing that
Teppen's by far the weirdest off the fucking thing game,
and I like a bunch of weird things about what Teppen's doing. So playing Runeterra has shown me one, I like the fact that you pick a character and then a deck, and it's not just a deck, right? So Runeterra, you are playing what seems to be, you always have a combination of 2 different tribes.
You can pick 2 different regions.
Okay.
You could go all in on one.
Okay.
But you can pick from 2 regions.
So all the default introduction decks they give you are 2 color, right?
Yeah.
Teppen like doesn't give you that as a like a base thing. Everyone's deck that you get is a single color, and then you kind of can mix and match it if you want to go into 2, or you can even go up to 3 with a heavily reduced AP. But I like the fact that the character that I choose, like first, has a special that's unique that I can affect the game with, and then I can also like build my deck around this character's trait, as opposed to kind of just the champion cards in my deck. And then the Nexus ends up being pretty much like the same character on both sides.
Yeah, the way it ends up playing out in Runeterra is basically like you're still picking a character usually, which is the champion card that you're building the whole fucking deck around.
Yes.
But they've made it so that you can only pick 2 regions, and the last region period is coming out, I want to say next 2 months from now or something like that, and then they're going to be done with regions. They're not going to be adding any more.
Okay. But what I mean is that like you can still have a deck built around the champion, but like by having the character specific super, it's a third point of synergy when you're building the whole deck. So you still have, like in Teppen, you can still have champion cards, which are just high point, high cost end game cards that are going to do a lot of cool things for you. And you have low point, like regular action cards, spells, and units. But like by building, hold on a second.
Hold on 1 second.
Woolception.
Throw this dog around.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, Woolception it is for the moment then.
Oh wait, that happens on your screen?
Yes. The Negaverse is now a thing. So it's a weird visual. Don't worry about it.
Hey, I'm back. Hey, wow.
All right.
Oh, I forgot my keyboard.
Infinite Woolies all the way down. The third point of synergy is an extra layer of like deck building fun in a way where you're like, okay, I have this type of super, this type of champion, and then I build this type of deck around these 2 things, you know? I like that about Teppen. I like the timer, but that's not as big of a deal to me. In the sense that like while I'm learning especially, you still have a turn and a countdown to when you counterplay. But yeah, you always have a perfect counterplay, so there's no action to it. That's fun.
My experience with learning Teppen was like pretty frustrating because what happened is that because it's action based, and I'd be playing like the starter Wesker deck or whatever. It's like I literally don't have time to read what this card does.
Yeah, so
I only have time to read what it does after I've already played it.
So here's the other thing, right? And this is like depends on how you approach these games and what you're willing to do. I played the first couple decks just feeling them out, and as I drew something in my hand, I would read what it does and then make a decision. Right? After that first couple games, I then went to the edit deck screen and read everything in the deck. So I'm like, I'm going in knowing everything I'm going to draw in advance so that I'm not unfamiliar. It'll just be a reminder of what I already read. And I think that is a extra step that goes a long way towards enjoying a new card game. It takes some time to do it, but going in and learning what the full deck is instead of just reacting to what you draw initially, you'll enjoy yourself more.
The usual thing is that I'll build up a new deck that I usually pull off of like Mobilytics or something, and I'll play like 5 matches with it, and then I'm gonna go and be like, okay, what are some of the cards I never saw that could show up?
Sure.
What am I trying to go for? What's my curve?
Because
right,
the stuff where you're like, yeah, I don't have time to see what this card is doing and stuff. I felt the exact same way because when I was trying to figure out what the best play was, I'm reading through the card descriptions on my side and on his side, and on every turn the countdown timer is like, dude, you got to play. So
it's a weird thing because that style or that situation used to be really easy because there were that many fucking mechanics. But now that if you're loading into a match and you're like, okay, I need to figure out why this guy is lurking and daybreaking, and I need to look at my Neverglade collector and figure out what it's going to drain from. Okay, my turn's over.
And then, but then going in and reading every card just nullifies this problem entirely. So it's just literally do your homework and you won't have this issue. And it helped too, because then when I played a game against somebody who was putting out spiders, and I was like, I know,
good old spider aggro.
I know that you want spiders on the board, and if I have the choice to either trade and kill off both of our units this turn, or just pass, I'm going to trade and kill, because less spiders on the board means you're going to have a harder time leveling up your spider lady. Elise?
Elise. So this is a good example of the different tack that Teppen versus Runeterra takes, where when Runeterra wants to add a new character, they put a new card out. They just say, hey, here's a new fucking card. It's Trash Can, which I'm sure we'll get to at the end. Or it's Viego, which I saw the clip of you reading Viego's fucking actual ability. Viego's ability is insane. It's super busted.
Super simple.
You can get it to proc.
Super simple, super good.
Right? Okay, new character. And now you can put that character into an existing deck or mix and match. And so the actual character list, right, in air quotes, for Runeterra is enormous. I think there's 45 champion cards at this point, right? With Teppen, you do get that because it's been extricated from the card decisions. It is a third point of synergy, but when they want to make a new type of character, they have to build out a whole fucking new character type. And the benefit to that is obviously, like, I mean, I played a Wesker and Nergigante deck, and they're both black decks, but they both were doing completely different things, and it was really cool. But when I look at let's say Teemo, I don't know if you ran into Teemo.
I sure did.
Teemo is the best incorporation of his League counterpart, because Teemo in League is an invisible little
fucking rat.
Bastard who mines your garbage and makes it an infuriating ordeal to walk down your lane.
In the actual game.
Perfectly replicated here.
Okay.
But I have Teemo in a burn
5
deck.
poison mushrooms is a lot, man. That's a lot.
Did he get to level up and hit you?
I hooked him. Both times.
Okay, but did you see what actually happens?
It becomes 10, doesn't it?
No.
Or whatever. What was...
No, Wooly. He hits you for 5 poison mushrooms. The level up isn't that he doubles the amount of mushrooms he does to you. It's that it doubles the amount of mushrooms in your deck. So you get you cast a bunch of spells and get 30 mushrooms, and then he hits you and it's 60, and then he hits you and it's 120, and so then you just die.
You're going to die in this many turns. Yeah.
Sometimes it's 1. But I have a Teemo deck that's based around elusives. I have a Teemo deck that's based around control. I have a Teemo deck that's based around burn. I have etc. Based on who I paired him up with. Did I pair him up with Draven? Did I pair him up with Ezreal? Did I pair him up with whatever? And so that's where it's not quite as distinct on its face, but you get to mix and match, and it does some different things.
And so once again, you can in Teppen you can still do that, right? But it's but like I said, the overall difference in those abilities makes a massive change, because so you mentioned Wesker and Nergigante. Wesker and Nergigante can both be playing black decks that are all doing damage to you as you play them, you know?
Yeah, I played one of those myself.
Exactly,
it was cool.
Sacrifice your cards, kill other cards, take some hits, right? But Wesker's whole thing is get as many cards in the graveyard as possible so that I can resurrect them, and also with more things in the graveyard I'll have abilities or whatever. Whereas Nergigante is fuck the graveyard, all the sacrificed damage I've taken, I'm going to now throw back at you as my super, you know?
Which is appropriate for an Gigante.
Yeah, so like again, it's that extra vector in addition to the doubling of the heroes and such. But what I so I did that, and then what I really like is the conditions for leveling up being sometimes they have to be in play and see the conditions, but sometimes they don't. That's fucking cool. Because there's nothing like that I've in Teppen, for example, where a level up condition can be pre-obtained before they even get drawn out. When you see Yasuo in the deck be like, oh, he's ready to go, and I know I have a lot of stuns, that's fucking cool. I like that a lot.
My favorite deck in the game, even though it's not that good, but it's my favorite to play, is what's called a deep deck. And it's a deck that's filled with sea monsters that enormously increase their damage and health once you only have 15 cards left.
Yeah.
So the point of it is that you're drawing bullshit to throw away as many cards as possible.
Get to the halfway point.
Right. And Nautilus.
Oh wait,
is
40
hero.
Cards. Even further than that.
You start with 40, so get down to 15. So you're tossing it. You're throwing everything out. And Nautilus is the hero that this deck is based around, and he's my favorite hero in the game because he starts with 13 health and toughness, which means he's super durable, and 0 attack. And he can't hit you at all.
But he can block.
But if you are deep and you place him on the board, suddenly he has 12 attack, and he puts every single sea monster that costs more than 4 back into your deck, and now they cost 3 less to play.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So if you hit deep and pull Nautilus, all of it just goes...
Beast mode. Yeah. Cheap, free access to monsters that are pretty strong. Yeah.
But make it to having only 15 cards, because you're playing a shitty control deck until then, and everybody can kill you.
Yeah, well, make sure you're... Yeah, so that was the other part, too, where it's like, unavoidable damage from your Nexus at some points if you want to play properly. That took a lot of getting used to, because in Teppen, like, almost...
you want to block everything.
You want to block everything, right? And that was a part that, like, people were watching going, no, Wooly, just pass. What are you doing? And I'm like, no, I don't want my Nexus to get damaged because that's what makes the game end. And it's like, yes, but if your units die, then you can't fight back, you know? And it's like... because attack turns and defense turns are not the same thing. In Teppen, they're the same thing. So playing my card and playing your card, we trade, and then it all comes out in the wash. We see whose numbers do better.
You want to get that double value. You want to get that 1 point card to kill 2.
But the fact that you can be on defense and end up blowing your hand, and then comes to offense and you've got nothing to play, that like then it makes a lot more sense. But so that division was one of the hard ones to get used to. It was like, no, sometimes you take the damage in order for a better play. The champion mechanic, either being visible or not, has a bunch of fun little knock-on effects. You have champions that need to be in hand and see things happen. Suddenly the whole game for 5-6 turns becomes around, I want to kill that. I don't want to let you kill that. And so you have all these weird Hey, yo, Darius, you want to see your chick? You want to see your girl? Boom. Yeah. Blow her up. Just as soon as you get that girl out. Fucking throw her. Is it Darius? I think it's Darius, the gun guy.
No, you're thinking of Lucian.
Oh, excuse me. Like, if you see your girlfriend die, he gets double fucking turns or whatever. It's just like, all right.
Double attack.
Sorry, bro.
Which is the best buff in the game.
Yeah.
They attack before the enemy and simultaneous. They can kill anything with that.
All you got to do is just make him watch his girl die. No problem.
I totally agree with you with that. There's a million mechanics that are all like, they're all doing something weird. But it has led to a situation where there's a bunch of really bizarre interactions now
Yeah.
that are possible when you mix and match weird ones.
Which is what I find really fun. I like that.
So there's a good example. There's a deck that I'm running called Severe Zed Combo, which you must have seen Zed at some point. He summons a shadow version of himself to attack.
The ephemeral attacker, yeah.
Yeah, so you run Severe, and her thing is once you've seen, I think it's 30 damage total done to enemies, to what have you, her keywords become everyone's keywords. So she has Spell Shield and Quick Attack. Suddenly, everything on your board when they attack has Spell Shield and Quick Attack.
Keywords are card properties?
Keywords a card property. Challenger, Lurk,
sure, tough,
whatever.
Yeah. Regenerate.
So suddenly everything has Spell Shield and Quick Attack. Means you can't cast any spell to stop them, and they'll insta-kill anything they beat in power. And the whole deck is building up to, I want to level her up and have a couple units and then put them, and then nothing can stop it.
Yeah, there was one card, it was like Tyramir or something like that. It's like a big Viking guy.
Oh, Tyramir, yeah.
Holy
if
shit.
I die, I come back way stronger.
And if I die, I level up. And also, he has what to me seems like the most valuable thing from what I've seen. What was it? The ability that like any leftover damage hits the Nexus?
Overwhelm.
Fucking, that sounds like how you win a game.
Because what you wanted would, if you wanted to block him, you'd block him with the lowest value unit possible, because he's going to do tons of stuff. Oh no, but it's going to eat through.
Because yeah, like that's the whole system that, again, I had to like learn was like, don't match heavy hitters to heavy blockers.
Use the weakest bullshit possible to block.
Sacrifice, exactly. Sacrifice weak cards to heavy blockers. They'll die, and then your heavy blockers will actually, or heavy attackers rather, and your heavy blockers will take a 1 or 2 or nothing if it's like Vi, you know, and then you just keep on rolling. So
so what you want to do is you want to have you hope that you have a card in your deck that kills enemy unit, that recalls enemy unit, that makes your unit invincible, right? That Frostbite, which gives him 0 attack for 1 turn. You know, what have you.
So I like Yasuo. I like Samurai Man.
Yasuo's fun.
He's cool.
Yasuo is an infuriating control deck.
And fortunately, the character that I thought was cool also has a really dope ability that wasn't like lame. So picking on aesthetic didn't bite me in the ass this time. And getting to see what his deck was like, especially when you pull out Yone, especially when you pull out the other stunner cards and things like that. I forgot the one where
there's so many now. I can't.
Yeah,
even
there's
the
like the cat with the sword or whatever, the furry with the sword, and you play it, and
that could be anything.
Yeah, there's a furry with a sword, and when you play it, it stuns 2 people. I want to say.
Well, that's a good card.
You know, that shit's great. Leona also, who comes out and stuns the strongest. You know, she's really good. So yeah, all of that is really nice. And then what I did was I looked at his ability and I was like, okay, what can I do to make this all really, really work together? And I started looking into the cards I don't have, because and I saw, like, what if you played Yasuo and is it Riven? Not Riven. It's evil guy who has a boat.
Evil guy who has a boat. I'm thinking is Swain.
Maybe white hair.
What was his ability?
His ability was once you. Yeah, it was Swain. Yes.
Yeah.
Once he sees up to 20 non-direct damage, he levels up to something that like I think it like causes stun on. It was a really good stunning ability, basically.
Pull it for you.
Yeah, I don't remember the full because I didn't get to actually play with them together. Every time you damage the Nexus, he had like a bunch of
when
stuff.
you deal any non-combat damage to the Nexus, you'll stun the strongest enemy, the strongest back row enemy, and if you hit the Nexus, you'll deal 3 to everyone and the enemy Nexus.
Right.
So if he manages to hit the Nexus, you'll basically wipe the entire other side of the board.
And also, there's everyone who's stunned, right? Or something like. Okay, there was another thing that was like do damage to everyone that's stunned or something like that. Then there was like a bellowing.
That would be Yasuo.
Yes, he did. Well, he does his slash. Yeah. And then there was a bellowing roar. I think it was. It was like a Minotaur card that would like. Again, cause so you just have this crazy thing of like I'm stunning everything, I'm cutting everything, and when I hit the Nexus, I'm getting like whatever you pull out, I'm fucking it up.
What I would say is that if you're the type of person who likes to make a combo deck, Runeterra is probably for you because there are a shit zillion different combinations you can do. There's a character named Senjuani. Hit the Nexus when she's leveled up, and she frostbites everyone, which puts their attack to zero. But then you can throw a deck in there that says kill all enemies that have a power less than 3. So just bam, the whole board wipe, just done.
Yeah.
You have one of my old favorite decks, which is Thresh, who levels up after seeing 6 units of either side die, and when he attacks, he pulls a champion out of your deck to attack with you. So you would get the enemy health to 10, and then you would level Thresh up, and then you would attack, and then Darius would just come out at full strength leveled up and hit through whoever the fuck was sitting there. There's all sorts of just bizarre interactions.
On an aesthetic level, I can definitely see like, yeah, there's no contest between pulling up the artwork on a Teppen tile versus like full screen with a little lore read at the bottom. Every piece of artwork is like over fucking emphasized.
It's wild. I couldn't believe the way they did it. And if you've played the mobile version, it makes more sense. Every card is actually a huge 16:9 wallpaper. That for the card that you would hold in your hand is done vertically, but when you place it, it gives you a wide shot of it. And on the phone, the vertical one is a zoomed in of the character's head to be more readable.
Yeah.
And it's just like, this is a giant piece of art for a card.
And on top of that, when you have your level up animations pop, like it's always a big old fancy, crazy Overwatch alt quotable line.
It's really funny.
That sun girl talking about the sun.
Oh yeah. Leona? I want to say maybe.
I guess it's Leona, yeah.
I'm not up to date on my League of Legends characters. It's really, really funny to see the difference between the characters that came out last year and their level up animations and the ones that came out over the past 3 months. Because if you saw Garen, Thresh, Darius, etc. level up, the card like does a little spin and maybe a weapon will be held by the card and do a cool thing. But the card is the one doing it. And now it's like it levels up and it zooms into a CG movie of the character doing something.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, okay, you guys are probably going to go back and make Thresh and Darius's shit look a little better in the next round.
I saw there was like an Egypt-themed dude who was like a Mummies Alive character. And I was like, what's your deal?
He's my favorite character. I'm playing his deck right now.
And like I went to his tutorial and then like I saw his level up animation. And it was just like, holy fuck, we just cut into a big, like, resurrecting the fucking I am the pharaoh.
Is sand and sky, past and present, or tell the people what you saw here today.
Yeah, it was insane. Like I was like, that's big, expensive money. So of course, you know, and why wouldn't it be? It's a fucking League of Legends based card game.
Yeah.
So big shinies on all that. Plus, not even talking about the skins of like if you want to get like Cosmic Yasuo or whatever.
Those are for like insane people. The people who spend $14 to change the look of the card itself, those people are nuts.
I mean, that's the kind of thing where, like, if I play for a while and I'm like happy with my deck and I'm enjoying using it and I'm gonna stick with it, I don't mind supporting the game and going, yeah, I'll buy a cosmetic. I like this, you know.
Yeah,
that's totally fine to me.
It's just wild because those are $15, but the boards that are a completely different board and musical theme are $10.
Okay.
And it's like, what? But it's... What?
But I'm still so much happier to do something like that than to spend fucking 100 on Phoenix Wright.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? Like, the level of insanity on, like, the random draw to get, like, some of those rare skins is just like, go fuck yourself. Like, I'll pay the 14 or 10, you know?
So, that's, like, we're talking about it, and... like, that's the part. So I spent $8 on cards after like the second day that I played it back when it came out, because it was one of those starter things that it's like 97% off and they give you like 100 cards or whatever. But since then I haven't spent a dime on it one way or the other. And I played it for 2 months back when it came out, and I've been playing it for the past month, and I have about 55% of all the cards.
Wow. Just through playing. Okay.
It's really, really generous.
Are you constantly switching your progress roads?
I'm switching them. I got everybody to the first champion box, and then I switched them again until I got the card back.
Okay.
And then when I'm done that, I'll switch them again and go through all of them.
So I didn't get to the two things, to the two complaints that I have. I wasn't quite done.
Let's hear it.
One was when I was theory crafting a deck of Swain and Yasuo, stun built and such. I saw there was stuff like a lot of that would be like, oh, there's a great card that can stun any unit, but it's slow. So what if they deny it? And I'm like, okay, well, I'll have to have my own denies on hand, right? So like I looked up that because like I'm like what's the equivalent of negate?
Everybody has some kind of deny equivalent now.
Yeah.
Back when the game came out, most regions didn't.
Okay.
There was only deny. That was the only one when the game came out.
So I mean, to this day, like in Teppen, bald-faced lie, I think it's called, where it's like it's just a card of Ada lying to Leon or whatever. It's just like, yeah, this is the card that says if you're doing a spell under 6 or something, you just cancel it, and it's simple, it's cheap, it's easy.
It's like fuck.
There's other more expensive denial cards, but like that's the base, that's the bare bones, you know. So I'd want to get one of those, and I started building up the deck, and so this was really I found this pretty annoying. Is like I like hypothetically building something, and then I can unlock what I want, what I can towards eventually being able to play it. You cannot build a hypothetical deck out of cards you don't own unless you scan it in from someone else.
Yeah.
So I basically just hit a wall where I was like, oh, I can't drag like the extra cards that I don't have into this container right now and save it until I actually earn them or whatever. And like that sucked. I don't like that because the theory crafting process when you're building a deck, at least, you know, when I'm playing Teppen and stuff, it's big. It's like you got to sit down, you got to do a lot of reading, and then sometimes I have to save like 2 versions of a similar deck, you know, and then like
Mm-hmm.
go and realize I'm like, okay, there's 2 cards difference here. Let me try and like crush some dust and go recycle it into something else, and then
Yeah.
try one out. And like, it doesn't let me play that game. You know, I have to get someone else with a lot more cards to have to send me a code or something to do that. So that sucks. I couldn't build decks as easily and efficiently.
Didn't
as I
know
wanted
that
to.
existed. Honestly, that sucks.
It's a huge part of like, yeah, like when I'm playing Akuma in Teppen and I'm like, no, this card's not working, put in this one, or drop this to 2 and pull in this to 3. Like, I have multiple copies of the same deck, and a bunch of the times I'm leaving in just a gray card, you know. But that's an important part for the theory crafting part. If you're just net decking, then you don't need to think about this. You just grab what's out there.
It feels like they want you to net deck because of the the import feature is really really smooth.
Yeah, and it's smooth in Teppen as well. But the net decking process does have to start with someone, you know. So someone has to do it, and like, I just want to be able to make a target deck that I can be excited to build towards.
Right now, I'll tell you what I said when you were playing Runeterra. I like
We always
saying,
go
"Oh,
back
man,
to Teppen. Sorry, we always go back to Teppen because it's my only point of reference, guys. I didn't play
course.
Magic the Gathering.
If I played Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, I'd be talking about Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh, but I haven't.
I thought that'd be obvious.
Apparently, this one's like really, it's trying to be Magic the Gathering, but with the characters. Like, it's trying real hard. It's much more in that vein. But
Cards didn't turn sideways at any point. I didn't tap anything, so
yeah, it's true. I'll say something again. When you were playing Runeterra on stream and I was streaming Pokemon Unite, I got really excited and I yelled out, "Oh man, I'm gonna kick the shit out of Wooly at Runeterra, haha!" And then people were like, "Do it now." I'm like, "No, I'm gonna wait. Like, if he keeps playing it, I'll wait like 6 weeks until he actually has a bunch of cards and can build a deck." To which somebody said, "But Wooly's way better at building decks than you are," which is true because I don't know how to do that shit at all. But you're not as good at building decks as Swim or Mogwai. Who I steal all my decks from.
Sure.
Like everybody else.
Yeah.
There is
a
so Mobilytics is the website for Runeterra, where you would go to see decks, and there's a button on the screen that says tier list and has the curated decks by EG Swim ready to be pushed out and for you to fill them in.
Yeah, and now that is a brilliant move because anyone who does copy that can go, well, time for me to spend a fuck ton of money, whale out, and get these cards. You know? So if you have a champion's deck that is all shit you don't own, then you look at that as like, well, I just need to spend enough money to craft all the things I want.
That happened to me 6 weeks ago because I got back into it and I had Darius and Thresh and Elise and Draven and a couple others. Not much else. And I'm looking at the tier list and I'm like, I don't see a single one of their fucking names up there on that tier list. Shit. So then I went to Mobilytics' thing and like, give me a popular deck using Elise and Darius. And I got one. And I played with that deck and a couple others that I could cobble together that were decent. And earned, I want to say like 13, 14 champion cards or the associated shards in that 6 weeks. And I'm now running 3 or 4 of the decks on that tier list. Getting the 40 card limit and the 2 region limit has made it so that if you play for like 2 months, you can get whatever the fuck you want. Okay. And right now, I'm not even getting cards to fill up new decks. I'm getting them to fill up my backup of wild cards so that when there is something I want to play, I just go and get it.
So it's being generous. That's good. That's good. Because, yeah, I was trying to build a deck on stream. You know? I was trying to theory craft a deck on stream, and it just did like, I hit a wall.
I think the reason why they get away with that for most people is that after 1 week on the Thursday, like let's say you play 3 games a day once a day for 1 week. That Thursday unlock of cards
I saw the Thursday thing.
It's enormous.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shit ton of stuff, and it's a ton of shards that you can use to buy whatever.
Okay.
I felt, as somebody who has wasted a bunch of money on Warframe hats and loot boxes, I have felt no incentive at all to actually go and buy cards.
Well, I can say this. I am currently undefeated on stream. I have a perfect 100% 6-0.
I'm sure not. I've lost most of my stream games. I choke under pressure for sure.
So I get to just put that in my pocket.
Hey, your big one of your big complaints was the deck building, but you said you had 2.
Yes. And this one is the biggest one, but time will decide whether or not it stays in place. The main attraction about the system is the sub-turns. There are major turns where you get the attack token, and then I get the attack token. And within those turns, there's action, sub-action, sub-action, response. And, again, Teppen has the response timer that goes back and forth.
Yeah, they have their own mode for that instead of just being part of the turn. What's it called? Instant response or
instant response, right? Now, maybe it's just the way it's presented, but like the instant response thing changes the board around into a different state where I know you're in instant response time. Everything you can't play is grayed out. Everything you can play is active, and then you can drag it in and do the whole thing, and then and the timer goes and whatever, right? I'm getting so confused as to when I can and cannot act in these sub-turns.
Yeah, that's going to go away with 20 more games.
And what really annoyed me was when I could not act, but I still had to press pass. And I'm like, what? Don't just do it. Just don't make me do a nothing turn for confirmation. It was so annoying because I'm having the hardest time getting used to that flow of like, okay, you played a spell, I get a chance to respond, maybe, depends on if it's fast or not. But at first I was like, oh, I thought there was like a set number of actions when I get the token versus when you get it. And then there would be times when it wasn't clear whether or not that was the final action of the round. You know?
Yeah.
Would it come back to me or not? I don't know.
There's 2 things there. One of which is whether or not it's the final action of the round can depend on the opponent's response. So let's say the opponent hasn't attacked and I'm sitting there and I could cast a spell, right? If I cast a spell, he gets another decision whether or not to attack or not.
Beforehand, yeah. Before you even line your cards up.
You end up in this bizarre situation where you're both sitting on like tons of mana and he's waiting for you to pull out a card that he can kill. And if you don't pull out anything, he won't do anything. As for your other thing, there is straight up in the general options, the first option that you can see is enable auto pass.
Auto pass. I did see that. Yeah.
And when you turn that on, it says you can't do anything, and it just clicks the button for you.
Okay. And so I'm seeing people say that's good. That's not good for meta. But like in terms of just learning the flow of the game, I was getting really lost in like a couple of moments where I'm like, okay, if he does a spell, I know I have time to respond with a spell for the most part. But then there would be times where it'd be like, okay, now am I moving my defenders up, or am I waiting for him to put one up? And then once he does, and I put mine up, and I click this, are they going to clash now? Or is there going to be another turn afterwards? Because sometimes we would put them up, but then it wouldn't be over, right? There would be another action. And I was...
This will integrate over time. But the long and short of it is that the spells all have notes on them as to when you can play them. Right? Bursts you can play anytime. Fasts you can play most of the time. Slows you can only play out of combat. And then focus you can only play out of combat and something else. The general thing is that the game doesn't make it clear enough to a new player what is a combat action and what is the summoning phase. There's nothing on the screen that actually tells you you're in combat other than the fact that people are in the center of the board.
Yeah.
If people are in the center of the board, summoning's over.
Right, and if the sword's on your side, it's your attack turn, so you're playing. Yes, yeah. But that's the one thing where I was just like, when we're in the spell mode, again, when you're in the active phase in Teppen, the board fucking change. It's a completely different thing. You can't possibly mistake it. You know?
Yeah, you're completely right. For a new player, I was not confused when instant action happened or instant reaction. I knew exactly what it wanted, and it grayed out shit I couldn't use.
And there were a number of times where I was like, I'm defending. He hasn't put anything up. I guess I'm going to put my things up. And also, and this is much more minor, but it was like, I was trying to drag my cards to the back row where they sit when you play them. And the game was like, no. You drag them to the front row, and then they slide to the back row. And I was just, I kept trying to build up, but it highlights the back row. I just want to drag it there.
They're actually in the last patch, like earlier this week, they put out a feature that is experimental for right now until they get it working, which is click to action.
Oh, interesting.
Which is for desktop, which is literally, do you want to play a card? Click on it.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want to do that because there's too many times I'm examining the card to see what it does and sliding through its level ups and shit.
The auto pass thing,
that's a thing that bothered me the most, I'd say.
The auto pass thing is really interesting because I would absolutely tell you to start using it for a while, but if you were playing a bunch of ranked games and you were getting up there, turn it off because it'll do things like, okay, turn one, you have
give
the
you more
attack
time
token.
to think.
No, not even that. Turn one, you have the attack token, right? You have one mana, right? Under normal circumstances, you look at your thing and go, oh, I can't play anything. I don't have anything that's 1 mana. And then you hit pass, right? If auto pass is on, the instant the turn lands, it'll just instantly flip the thing, but faster than a human could do it. And you have now told the other guy you don't have anything to play at 1 mana. It went from being a choice to
an indicator.
A broadcasted, there is not a single 1 mana unit in this guy's hand.
Okay.
Or there's not a single 2 mana unit. Or
and the speed at which it does it is not the same as you.
They'll put down a spell that'll kill your guy, and you have nothing that you can actually play, and it just auto completes. It tells them you didn't save your deny. You don't have a deny.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I understand. That's a really good reason for that to not auto pass. Okay,
so it's
fair enough.
It's there. I have it on right now, and I'm getting to the point where I should probably turn it off because I'm in gold and people are kicking my fucking ass.
No, that's a really good reason. But then I'm just gonna say I wish like things were more clear in in that regard.
I don't blame you. You're right. There could be a slightly more intuitive way in order to show off like a spell phase or combat phase.
Yeah, but I did have fun with it, and I did see that like there's a point where it's like, oh dude, you're fucked no matter what, and it's like, are you gonna pass? Or are you gonna ride it out to the end? And I'm like, I ride it out to the end because I'm like I've come back from 1 health in Teppen sometimes, but when you see that it's like, no, you've got no answers to this, and thanks to the eyeball, which is like the preview button, which is fucking amazing.
The eyeball's so good. It's what tells you whether or not you should surrender or not.
Yeah, it's exactly it. It's should I give up? Yeah, totally. The eyeball's incredible. That's a fantastic feature for a turn-based game. Yeah.
Eventually, that surrender button gets real useful because you'll look at what they have and you'll look at what you have and you look at your hand and you think about, is there anything in my deck at all that if I got drawn next could save me from this? Nope. All right. Click, surrender. Good game. Do the hand palm emote with Shen to tell them good game.
The other, I don't know. Someone waved at me with the blocking guy, and then I waved back, and someone said that's BM.
Yep.
I don't know.
Not BM at all. It's GM at the start of the match. It's BM at the end of the match.
Okay.
If you want good manners, you wave at the beginning, and when you realize you have lost or the whatever, you do the Shen emote to be like, that was a good game. Pretty much every other emote is you being an asshole.
Okay.
Especially the crying ones, because if you use the crying ones when you beat them up,
yeah, for sure. The other amazing feature is the history button, because a bunch of times I was like, what the fuck just happened? Because some cards
that
cast spells that I've never seen. And I'm reading the spell and then shit happens.
That I was playing when we were talking before the podcast started, because somebody used a card I had never seen that had an effect I didn't understand.
Yes.
And it killed my whole board.
Yeah.
And I was like, why did it kill my whole board?
Yeah.
Can I please go look at that card a little more closely, please?
Exactly. You know, and since Teppen is action, you have to go look at you have to go watch the replay of the match over. You know, but in this case, you just scroll down, and that's nice. What sucks about it though is that you can't examine any cards shown in the history tab. You can just see them in a small thumbnail. So I saw some cards I'd never seen, and I could read what they said from the thumbnail, but I wanted to click on them to examine them, and I couldn't, you know, so I was like, ah.
Did you right-click on them? Because I think you can.
I did.
Weird. Bummer.
Yeah, but anyway, like, all of that made a lot of sense, and in the end was very enjoyable. And then on my way out the door, it asked me to pick a fucking faction, and I was like,
because the event's happening.
Yeah, you know, and then I was like, I for a second I thought the cosmic skins were the same as the sentinel skins, and so I thought, I'm like, oh, maybe I can get cosmic Yasuo with this one or whatever. And it was like, I made the mistake, but whatever.
No, that's an old event, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fine. And then it's like, hey, you got action or Ashcan or whatever, and I'm like, cool,
trash can.
What's this? And then the clip parts 1 through 5 or 4.
Yeah.
Explain everything you need to know, because it took me fucking 4 or 5 clips to actually read what this character does.
It's the most complicated card in the game by multiple orders of magnitude, and it came alongside the same character being added to League, where he is also the most complicated character in the game by orders of magnitude. And I look at him, and it's interesting because he's a decent card right now. He's fun to use, and he's got lots of crazy shit that he can do.
People said he
sucks. I fought a bunch of them. He sucks ass in League for sure.
Okay.
He is bad in League.
I, looking at that, like, was immediately the first thing I thought when I saw that list of subcards scroll off the screen was, oh no, this is the latest card, and this is what the game has become. And the beginning deck is what I was simple and easy, and now it's all about these. That's what I thought was about to happen.
Because the card that came along with him was the other character, Viego.
Yeah,
has an incredibly simple mechanic:
kill your card or steal your champion. No, kill your champion or steal your card.
Yeah.
That's it.
How do you get there? Watch your allies die, and once the power hits a certain number, bing bang boom, game's over.
So yeah, there was a lot to process in this Runeterra, Runeteppen. Runeterra.
No, you were right.
But I took a look, and those videos will be coming out on the channel shortly. And
Somebody
yeah.
pointed out in the chat earlier that card games have almost the exact same problem as the MOBA thing we were talking about earlier, where it's like, do you want to play the Riot card game? Do you want to play the Blizzard card game? Do you want to play the CD Projekt card game? Do you want to play Magic? Do you want to I don't know what's wrong with Magic. I assume there is something that's horrible about Magic. Do you want to play Yu-Gi-Oh, which is owned by Konami? Like, fucking fuck.
Yeah. A lot of people asked, you know, like, so, as in, like, what's next? And I don't know. I thought it was all right. I got nothing for you, but here's what I'll say: I won't uninstall it. I'll leave it installed. All right.
I can understand people's desire because Runeterra is more popular than some of the other ones because it's so much easier to play for free. So there's more people that want to see you get into the thing that they like. I assume that just even if was it Project L, the fighter they're making, comes out and you're like, I'm not crazy about it, because it's going to be the free fighter that everyone gets into, they're going to be like on your fucking doorstep
for sure,
screaming when you're going to get good at Darius or Ari play.
Wait, was it not Darius? Who's the fucking Ryu ass lukewarm water soldier man?
Garen.
Look at that soldier. He's a fucking soldier. And then
Garen's a lot more fun to play in League than he is in Runeterra.
Boy, is he just white Wonder Bread. He's just toast.
Yep, 100%.
And you level him up, and he's like, his card lore is like, you say I'm predictable, but that's right, I am predictable, but that's why I win. Fundamentals win championships.
Yeah.
You know? Like, oh boy. He's what's known as a foundation card. Yeah. Ryu like yells, I am boring.
Damn right. That came out of the beginning were all pretty normal, like Braum or Elise or him or Thrash or Darius, right? They're all like, they make sense. All the super weirdos have come out since.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's just, it's the, I just like, Ryu is telling you that he's balanced, and that's why you should pick him. His balance will win.
I don't like playing as him. I don't like his card.
Yeah, no, it's very yes. It was, you know, like the everything about his face, and then it was like, and then Darius was like, oh shit, here's the Satsui no Hado version, you know, here's the angrier one.
Basically the same character but more fun, which is how I feel about them in League also.
Oh yeah, okay.
They both share the same role, but Darius has a hook, so he's more fun to play.
Sure. Yeah, I will not uninstall it. Anyway, you can tune in for some of that, as well as, I believe, the final parts of Superliminal going up on the Woolly Versus channel. We continue. We strive on. YouTube and Twitch as per usual. Going to be finishing off Disco Elysium for sure this week.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
I'm excited to see that.
We were like, last session could have been the final, but then we decided to, like, you know, cut it there. So we're gonna be hitting the finale.
Take a nap when you can.
Okay. And I believe, based on the amount of time expected or projected, that will leave us with an opportunity to start the next LP. And so, if everything goes according to plan, this week we shall be starting Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Kuzunoha Raido versus the Soulless Army.
Oh man, that's a good game.
Looks fucking
I
hot.
hope you like random battles.
Looks hot.
Do you like random battles, Wooly?
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down for the action, and I'm down for the cool dude. Raido's a cool guy.
Hat.
He's got a nice hat. He's got a cool scarf. I'm down. So that's up next on the channel. Literal devil games.
Very
yeah.
little.
Tune into Wooly Versus for some of that. So I guess break.
Yeah, let's take a 5 minutes so I can empty my piss.
Cool. BRB. Okay, and we're back. So,
We're back.
I realize a lot of the time that when when a message goes out, or when I try to say something on a particular stream, podcast, tweet, whatever the case may be, it might not always travel and hit everyone's ears. So,
That's possible. That is quite possible, yes.
and so because of that, I don't assume people are being mean-spirited or insensitive. I assume they might not have heard the news, but
It's conceivable.
I do need to, just to clarify and repeat something we've posted and talked about in the past, that if you're asking about where Yakuza is and why we haven't gone back to it, and I've said it's because V's got things to take care of, his mother passed away, and he's dealing with everything that comes with that. And that's a very massive, massive undertaking in your life. And I'm not going to try to be like, oh, when are we gonna... That's the least fucking important thing in the world.
Yeah, it's not great.
So as far as Yakuza goes, we're not going to talk about it or even mention it or bring it up or think about going back to it until he feels like it, if he feels like it, when he feels like it. Because that's the least important thing by comparison in priorities. So I really want to underline that, because I've mentioned it a couple times, and some people did hear it, some people didn't. I want to make sure you hear it now loud and clear that Yakuza 0 is on hiatus for the most clear reasons possible. And we leave it at that.
Okay.
All right. Let's take a word from our sponsors. I'd say so.
Yes, let's.
I'd say so. And again, it's like I'm not, I don't, not to lose patience here, but it's like I want to make sure everyone knows, so there's no, what's like, or are you gonna, or when's it gonna, like, no, let's underline exactly why, and then leave it at that. Okay, so this week, let's take a look over here.
Who do we got this week who's sponsoring this lovely podcast?
DoorDash, food in your stomach.
You use DoorDash later tonight. Put food in my tum-tums.
I mean, listen, I bet you, probably, if they could, they would teleport the food right into your gut and just give you the nutrients right away.
Well, I want to chew on it.
Yeah, tasting is good.
That's that. We've skipped too many steps in this analogy.
There's times in life where you do just need the sustenance, though. You do just need the nutrients. And you almost want them to just dash the food into your stomach.
From your door.
You know? You know how, like, Star Platinum can reach inside of Jotaro's heart and, like, pump it back to life?
Yeah.
Imagine Star Platinum just taking a burger and reaching and making it temporarily go through the barriers of your flesh and just leaving it inside of your stomach.
I mean, that's what Josuke does to that dude with the frying pan at the beginning of part 4.
There you go. Right inside the stomach, unchewed, unmasticated, and let your stomach acids figure it out.
They'll manage.
Now, since we don't have those abilities, the next best thing is DoorDash, which is getting you food from your local favorites, your go-tos, your chains, all the places around you that are currently, doing their best to stay open. It lets you order all the places you love, and they bring it straight to your door, drop it off, ring the doorbell, ninja the fuck out, and then you can get your food safely. And that's pretty cool. I'm not going to complain about not having the food go straight to my gut. You know? But I will.
Maybe one day they'll add that as a box to check, and they'll feed you.
Like, what if you could, like... I guess that's just, like, future Jetsons food. Where it's like, here's a pill. And then, like, you taste whatever you want. But the nutrient glop in your stomach is the same. Man, ooh, that could get bad. If they created like flavor pills that just hit the
Now
right...
let's just stick with regular food and people who send it to your door.
Yeah, that's good for now. And you know, what's great is that they've got places round the clock. So I'm doing my 3 a.m. ridiculous orders at times, and DoorDash is still hooking it up. Not to mention, of course, besides food, they can also get you your essentials. You got your deodorant, you got your basics. You can get your morning coffees, your pick-me-ups, whatever you need, whatever you're craving.
Dog treats.
All of that. They've got essential deliverables as well. 30 minutes on DoorDash. So, yeah, make your life a little easier. Make your food a little safer, and support the places you like. Over 300,000 partners in the U.S., Puerto Rico, Canada, and Australia. Got your local go-tos and your favorite restaurants, and keep them open using DoorDash. For a limited time, our listeners can get 25% off and 0 delivery fees on their first order of $15 or more when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE2021. That's 25% off up to a $10 value and 0 delivery fees on your first order when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE2021. Don't forget, code CASTLE2021, CASTLE2021 for 25% off your first order with DoorDash. Subject to change, terms apply.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Thank you. This week, the podcast is also sponsored by Honey. Actually, we're going to go with Raycon. I'm going to back that up. That comes later. Yeah, there's an order here. Don't worry about it. We're talking about the sounds of your wireless life that you should be enjoying. Because Raycon's going to fix the problem of wires. You can't still be rolling around, chirping over them things, cutting them up, having them pull out, get weirdly... You know that sound of, like, the receiver going in to, like, a jack on, like, one of your devices?
That little blip noise.
Yeah, and it goes... And it's super annoying.
I hate that noise.
Get rid of it. Get it out. Stop it. Wireless. Yeah, they've got the perfect solutions. You get your quality 32-hour battery life. So that's a really long time for your wireless earbuds, and you still get...
That's enough to listen to this podcast at least twice.
And of course, you're getting the quality that is some of the highest you can hear. 45-day happiness guarantee, so you really can't lose. And of course, we're talking about half the price of other premium audio brands that sound just as good. I've mentioned it many a time, but like at this point, it has just become an essential. Punch Mom is out and about using them, taking calls, listening, doing most of her podcast listening on them as well, and listening to audiobooks at night. Tuck one in, and keeps the noises of my fighting game playing safely distant so that she can eventually drown off to sleep.
Far away.
Yeah. Because, the sounds of blaming the beasts can get pretty loud at times. So Raycon can help you with that.
Thank
you can what can you do? You can create your own soundtrack with Raycon right now. Our listeners can get, found time is important, right? If you're just doing things in your everyday, you don't realize that there's a second track to your life, which is what you can listen to while you're doing things, and that's called found time. Yeah. That's the time we operate in, and Raycons are perfect for that, especially when you got no wires to worry about. So yeah, you can create your own soundtrack with Raycon right now. Our listeners can get 15% off their Raycon order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's BUYRAYCON.com/superbeast to save 15% on Raycons. Buyraycon.com/superbeast. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
And then, yes, as foretold, Honey is the sponsor this week. They're all about when you're shopping online and you get into that promo code cart at the end, you're looking at it, you don't know what goes there, you don't know who you're supposed to talk to. We've made all of the analogies. I believe a bouncer was referenced at one point in time. But it's just...
I don't know what to put in the promo box.
They do it for you. You install Honey. They drop in a promo code. You save money when you go to order. And it's that simple. The way they work is they've got over 30,000 stores online that they're connected to. They can find all the promo codes for fashion brands, food delivery, tech, gaming, whatever you're shopping with. And they will, find any savings for what you've got in your cart. And I believe that it's just a matter of, like, if they hook up you with the savings, the service that likes the service, the place you're buying it from is like, oh, hey, cool, thank you for using or for promoting with the customer, and you save some money. So hey, we often talk about, I believe your logic when it comes to, gacha purchasing is like they're putting money back into your pocket because it would be foolish not to purchase. I believe that's somewhat the idea. So yeah, this is kind of like that. Over 17 million people, over $2 billion in savings. It's pretty straightforward. Those are the numbers. If you don't already have it, you could be straight up missing out on free savings on whatever you're shopping for. It's free, installs in a few seconds. After getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting the show. So get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/superbeast. That's joinhoney.com/superbeast. Let's get into the news. Thank you, Honey.
First news item this week. Fucking rip Daily Dunkachino. You will be missed.
Dunkachino? Al?
It's not Al anymore. It's over. All right. What else we got in news? Hopefully no bad news about formerly great video game companies.
Looks like this Twitter account is still going strong. What happened?
Well, I mean, oh, they did it for a year and now they're done.
Oh. Okay. Well,
the Daily Dunkachino, that's like the credits for everyone. It was like 8 parts long. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, so there's just been I mean, it's all part 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the news from last week. But the short slide over it is, one, I believe the same department investigating Blizzard is also letting Riot know that they're on notice because they're investigating them too.
Oh, yay! Baby Blizzard strikes again!
So, they're not just because Actiblizzard's in the hot seat doesn't mean that Riot's in the clear, because they've got some investigations that are midway. I guess they're not at a point where they're willing to fully, explain like what they're investigating and such, but they have announced that they are looking into Riot Games.
I have a sneaking suspicion they may be investigating Riot employees that are viewed as being photographed with a giant fucking framed photo of Bill Cosby in the Cosby suite.
Mayhaps.
May possible.
Yeah. And then there's
They didn't even go back and delete those tweets. What the fuck are they doing?
Well, I believe the explanation given was because of his ugly sweaters, right?
Oh yeah, no, we all just thought it was really funny.
Yeah. When was that?
Had like a week to delete that shit.
When was the Hannibal Buress bit? That's the, because It was definitely known. The Cosby accusations were known before that, and his bit was what shoved it into the spotlight. But it had been a thing. It had been a low murmur for years prior,
So
which is why that bit
huge
landed to
explosion
begin
was
with.
2014, and then this Cosby shit sweet thing was the end of 2013. But it was known at the time. It just wasn't blown up.
Yeah, no. Again, that's
time.
why the bit worked, right? Because it had been something that people were talking about.
And and they're going for like, oh man, it's about sweaters. We didn't even know about that shit until later, even though we posted screenshots of our group DMs of us acting like scumbags. Oh man.
Now, to date, as far as you know, Buscemi's in the clear, right?
As far as we know.
Okay.
I actually, I'm friends with somebody who knows Steve personally, and says he's like a really great guy and is like a class act.
Seems cool. So the other bit
would be awkward, huh?
Yeah. It's Brett hitched at this point.
Stay cool, Buscemi.
You are following.
Don't taint many years of my stream, please.
You're following him wherever he goes.
No,
Well, anyway, then there was the part where Bobby Kotick came out and went, "Hey, yeah, we understand why all of you are so upset, my employees, and our response was bad. We missed the mark. So that was just the team we had hired. The legal team was not doing. They didn't respond in the best way. So instead, we're going to be hiring Wilmer Hale, and they'll be handling the response from now on. And Wilmer Hale is the company that Amazon uses for union busting. So they're currently taking control of the situation. And yeah, seems like you're gonna keep digging. I mean, the only way for those for him and them to like no matter what you say and do at this point, anything that is not a absolute cleansing of the entire sea level and beyond is pretty much no one's gonna give a fuck.
So it's really funny because right before they did the strike / walkout, they were interviewed by a bunch of different sources and were said to say, we have no interest in forming a union. We just want management to fucking stop being a bunch of rapers and take these things seriously. And then they did the all hands call in which they said, hey, everybody, don't talk to the press or the police. We're just going to handle this internally.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to your HR manager. And the general response was like, but you didn't do anything like that. Why would you do it this time? So in response to a group of people who go, can you just change this stuff? We don't want a union. The response was, oh shit, they might form a fucking union.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Fuck. Oh no.
Call in the
Probably
Busters.
form a fucking union.
Call in the Busters.
And then we get my favorite part, which is some former employees posting like, hey, did you know that a bunch of American political figures that used to work for the White House and were deeply entrenched in the legal discussions that waterboarding and tasing the nuts out of a naked guy is totally not torture, bro, for real,
Mm-hmm.
are now running these exact departments over at Blizzard right now? And
Yeah,
are directly responsible for this?
I'm pretty sure that was in the first week of news was that they had former Bush administration people on the legal team.
Yeah, there was more clarification on like who was there and like what lawyers and whatnot.
So that's a thing. And then
And
Uh,
then the chief compliance officer posts on her Twitter an article saying the problem with whistleblowing and how whistleblowing is actually bad for justice, and then blocks any Blizzard employee that tried to interact with her over it,
pretty
which is
wild.
maybe illegal. I don't know. Like maybe like I don't know. Like it's
Yeah, no, like I think Schreier was saying, like, I've seen a lot of like he made a tweet about like blocking and people that do that, but just like when a C-level executive is blocking their own employees, that's a fucking unprecedented response.
Schreier's post was, I block a lot of people online for my mental health, but this is crazy. Something that I can attest to, as I am currently blocked by Jason Schreier for making fun of him in a Mr. Fields post that didn't have him added, so he name searched himself and blocked me preemptively, even though I've never spoken to him on Twitter.
Well, and then tangentially, where was that? I don't want to get the detail wrong, but uh my old stomping ground, Squeenix, was also putting out some messaging about like, hey guys, you know, a lot of stuff going on in the news. Here, our policy is if you see something, say something, and they have a whistleblowing tip line. But
don't call that shit.
But the whistleblowing tip line is being run by Navex Global, which is another union busting firm used by Amazon. So it's like you can probably get whatever issues you can probably, you know, if you report them, sure, it might go through, it might not go through, who knows, but the core function that this group serves is to ensure that people don't get together and decide to make union positive actions. And then there's actually like screenshots of their website where it's like how to detect union awareness and like how to detect union building sentiment from like, you know, your employees, and when it starts to bubble up, what to do about it. So it's like, again, very telling that step 1 and 2 for a lot of these places is call in the people that will stop the unions from happening and tell them your complaints, and then we'll get to the bottom of it for sure. Totes.
Hey, boss, it'd be really nice if I could come to work and feel like I'm not in danger of being raped. Bust the unions! The unions! Like, what the fuck is wrong with you fucking devil people? Like, what the actual fuck?
We just need to wait for the inside message, the corporate email from Bobby Kotick that accidentally refers to the employees as proletariats.
Oh, man.
Like, you know, and accidentally refers to game dev as the means of production. Yeah, well, anyway, it's kind of, but it shows you what the it shows you where the mentality is in terms of self-defense, right? What shields have to go up? What's most important when these things start to happen is preempting any ideas that follow through. Because to the employee who is like, yeah, this happened to me, or this happened to someone I knew, or this was something that like clearly happened in front of a bunch of us and we reported it at a party or whatever, and things didn't go anywhere. There's a number of just steps that you have to get to, you know, get to the point where you're like, oh, we can protect ourselves from this with a union. And that's what I brought up at the end of the discussion last time. Yeah. But it's like here, it's just like step fucking 1, look past whatever the complaint is to what is on the horizon in the distance. And that's what you start hunkering down for immediately, you know? Yeah.
You know what's a studio that's unionized in game dev? Is DICE.
Oh,
yeah? Yeah.
Didn't know that.
Swedish company. They got a union. And for all the shit you hear about EA, I've never heard anyone talking about how EA fucked DICE over.
Huh.
Probably because they got a fucking union.
Interesting.
You know who EA fucked over? Every company that ever worked for them.
I'm surprised that, like, EA looked past that and worked with them. That's interesting.
I believe that would probably be explained. If you looked back, they were probably unionized when they were bought for Battlefield. I bet that's what happened.
Okay, so there's working examples. I like Mirror's Edge.
Oh man, DICE video game company. Because when did they unionize? The company was founded in '92 and was bought by EA in 2006.
But it doesn't say when.
So, yeah. So as long as they were fucking unionized prior to 2006, they had 14 years to unionize. In fact, I cannot find the date.
But yeah, I think that's the gist of the updates we got this week. Shit will continue
was the
to be.
breastfeeding room last week?
No.
Okay, cool. So more Blizzard information. They had a breastfeeding room with no locks on it that people would come in there and just stare at women breastfeeding their babies.
And they had to be yelled at to be told to get the fuck out.
Get the fuck out of here. I remember, it's funny, there's all this shit going around, but that's the one that I heard that it was like, oh wow, no, that's how you knew. Everyone at the top heard about it and literally chose to delete the email because that gets to happen once before locks are put on the doors. Right?
Yeah, you would
hear
think.
that literally once and you go, oh shit, spend $300 to get a guy down there to put fucking locks on the doors so that this doesn't have, what the fuck is, right? But they went, F.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't care.
Yeah, like, it's like, is that like, you like sticking your head in, or you just literally just standing there with your arms crossed?
It was described as walking in and standing there staring until being screamed at to get out. And that was a known problem.
So yeah, that.
Oh, there was also the lady that couldn't get time off approved for her prenatal appointments due to her pregnancy, and the doctor's like, every company in this country would give you time off to get your ultrasounds and your babies checked, and she's like, oh fuck, well, what if I schedule all my appointments for the next 9 months? And then her supervisor tells her, we can't schedule time off 9 months in advance. You're just going to have to ask for it when it comes up. But you deny all my paid time off.
Was that the one where there was a line like she might spend time away being a mom and like love that too much or something like that? There was a quote.
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Oh! And the bathroom toilet cam in Activision 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
I mean, like,
can't even keep up with it. Can't even keep up with it.
Well, and you know, when it comes to shit like this, when it rains, it pours, right? Like, this is the nature of it. Is like, it starts moving, and then everyone's like, "Oh man, yo, I got some shit. Did you know that?" And then it just tsunamis. You know? Yeah, no. Again, the idea of there being anything beyond a one and done with any of these types of things, and that people don't get let go for it, and then you kind of have to now pretend that, like, yeah, we didn't know about any of that. Totally. You know? Like, all right.
Oh, Medson made more statements about how he didn't notice and everyone like, shut up, bro.
I mean, at what point does it become better to just say like, I'm a bad employee and I don't read my emails ever? I literally.
Hey, you know what time that is? That time was 3 weeks ago.
By the way, I suck at my job and I literally do not read emails. Everyone who talks to me has to come talk to me in person. I
Listen,
read nothing.
dude, I'll tell you what, I was the worst manager ever. I ignored everyone, and I didn't even hear them. I'm basically deaf. I paid a doctor to tell you guys that I'm actually deaf. I've been faking hearing. I'm gonna move away to the ocean. If you want to contact me, please find me in the ocean. It's an island. I don't know the name of it. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Bye.
What's the email?
Blizzard? I don't know. It doesn't seem that cold. Excuse me. I seem to have left the oven on in my house on the ocean.
So yeah. That. Anything else before we get some other fucking shit?
I was able to tell from a photo of the Cosby suite that one of the guys there is like Riot's head of development, Greg Street. And I was initially hesitant of posting like, hey, is that fucking Greg Street? Until I was hit with a tweet not 1 minute later that was him going, the Cosby suite must always exist, from 2013. As well as a tweet from him holding up the framed photo of Cosby in the hotel lobby or on the BlizzCon floor or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I don't have to worry about allegedly at all. Look at this stupid motherfucker.
I mean, like, do we just have to wait for the shot of like the arm holding the photo, but the hands are busy holding the glass with the roofie?
Yeah.
What more do you? Yeah. All right. Well, look. That's pretty wild. There must always be a Cosby suite. That's the quote.
Yep.
That's fucking.
So I think the craziest thing about all that is that Greg Street, his literal last act as an employee of Blizzard before going to Riot was appearing at that BlizzCon. He literally left that November to go work for Riot. And in the earlier Blizzard story, in which a woman at that BlizzCon asked a team of developers, hey, can we get female armor that's not out of the Victoria's Secret catalog? The response was them laughing and like going like, what catalog do you want us to use? It was him. That was his last act as a Blizzard employee. And then he went to Riot. And if you look up, this is my favorite part. If you look up the phrase Greg Street Riot Games, an article comes up that he is the person quoted in the 2018 story of Riot being a sexist shithole, going, we're working very hard to discover who at this company has been behind these things, and we're going to really double down to be working on improving our company culture. It was him quoted on that story. Who could have done this? Who could it have been the sexist misogyny man? Who could it have been?
The Cosby suite.
Who shot Hannibal?
The Cosby suite must win.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway.
So yeah, you asked like, oh, that's it, huh? No, there's gonna be more this week too.
Oh yeah. No, it's gonna be a rolling fucking 7-course meal. And hopefully at the end the dessert is unions.
I forgot. There was one more piece of Blizzard news. And it's not about this, but it does show the company culture to a perfect T. WoW Classic was marketed on the idea that it would be the classic experience and there would be no paid boosts and there would be no cash shop, right? Burning Crusade Classic has been announced for sale. And if you buy Burning Crusade Classic, you get a paid boost and a cash shop mount that was never available in Classic WoW. So the player base has taken to using the spit emote on anyone they see with these mounts, even going so far as to write an add-on that auto spits on anyone riding these mounts through a major area, which means that if you bought Burning Crusade Deluxe and are using your fancy mount and you ride through a populated area, spits will just flow from Goodbye, Wooly. Goodbye. Spits will just rain from the heavens upon you from the player base. And Blizzard's response to this harassment of their cash shop people was to ban the use of the spit emote against other players.
Of course.
But do you know what's not banned in WoW General Chat?
What?
What do you think, Wooly? That's right. Your favorite word, the NPass, has been freely typable in WoW Classic Chat the whole time. But this spit emote has got to go because it's on our paying customers.
There's no censorship on the chat.
No.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, when you take away the BM, people will find a way. You can't.
Blizzard would rather have you dropping N-bombs than use an in-game emote.
See, I was like waiting to hear like what creative ingenuity they would like circumvent, what they'd circumvent it by doing something that was clever and like 3 layers deep, and it's just like
man, just
classic.
right there.
Classic is classic. As classic as it gets. Time-honored tradition.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Well, anyway,
Isn't that just like a perfect encapsulation of like that company's culture?
of how to address the issue.
How do you address it? Oh, man.
So here's a fucking weird one that, like, you know, speaking of lawsuits and just, I don't even know what to make of it, but ScarJo of the Black Widow fame
This is a great story, yeah.
is suing Disney in the LA Superior Court because her contract was breached when they released the film on Disney Plus streaming service at the same time as the theatrical debut, because the deal that she signed was an exclusive theatrical release, and her salary was based in large part on the box office performance. So
she got fucking ripped off.
Now
100%.
here's the thing. A theatrical release during a pandemic is kind of fucking nuts, though. Even wherever we're at globally, every country is at a different place. It's like, that's a wild ass insane thing to propose.
You're completely right. So why Disney offer that contract?
Why was that the deal? Or was that, or if it was formed pre-pandemic, was there no opportunity to amend once it became clear that the only way to release movies was by streaming them and also putting them in theaters?
So guess what? There was plenty of time to renegotiate, which is why Disney dodged all of her calls.
So that's what we see in the article. Is they're saying that like the lawyers tried to contact them about that specifically many times, and it seemed as if like, yeah, she was like going over Marvel to Disney specifically about that, and they would not answer, or they couldn't get a response. I believe the quote was, Disney intentionally induced Marvel's breach of agreement without justification in order to prevent her from realizing the full benefits of the bargain with Marvel. So yeah, it sounds as if they got a deal that sounded normal in a pre-pandemic world, and then
it was a pre-pandemic deal, and then
the pandemic happened, and then they started distributing through Disney Plus, and then everything should have been changed contractually, but then it didn't.
Yeah,
and so
Emma
the whole
Stone's
thing got
getting
fucked.
On this with Cruella,
Cruella as well,
happened.
right? Yeah.
And like Disney's response is like the ultimate, like, oh man, we're super guilty, because it was like
the classlessness in which
she's not taking the pandemic
COVID
into account. The world has changed, and it's she's problematic. She's bad lady.
Now, as long as that is exactly, as long as that is what her lawyers were trying to do, and that's the story, is we want to update this and we're not being given a chance to, then yeah, if it was just a matter of like, hey, why are you releasing it not in theaters only, then that's a fucked up crazy demand. That doesn't make any sense to do during a pandemic. But that's what the assumption is, you know?
It's like the most obvious thing. Hey, we made a contract before the pandemic. Pandemics changed things. Can we change the contract? I can't hear you. What is why'd I go with a German accent on this?
I have no idea.
Fuck it.
Maybe
It's
I don't
funnier
know.
that way.
Walt wasn't. I mean, all right.
He might have wanted to be.
He might have wanted to. I was gonna say, Walt had some views.
That's why my brain went to German accent.
Walt had some views. He had some ideas. Oh boy. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway, so assuming that that's what the lawyers were specifically going for, and not just a no, hey, stop this, theaters only, send the people out into the real world. That's the only way to experience the Black Widow. Then it's like, yeah, all right.
It's so obvious, because like Disney's out here going like, ScarJo wanted you to go to a theater and die, and ScarJo's out here just going, pay me my fucking money, you assholes. Obviously she'll be fine. She's a very rich lady, but like at the core of it, Disney's richer, so fuck them.
Yeah, there's a lot of anime adaptations in the pipeline. I'm sure she'll be okay. I'm sure there's a Mikasa coming up at some point that she can. For those of you
at home, I'm doing a big smile.
You know, probably coming down the pipeline. I think it'll be fine.
Oh,
you know?
Man.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
I got the red hair from the Ackerman side of my family.
Yeah, you know. You know, the canonically Asian family. Yeah. Yeah. All right. On the Marvel side of things too, they dropped a trailer for the Venom 2. And stop making noise.
Me?
No, not you. The trailer. Let There Be Carnage.
Yeah, no, that's Sony. That's Sony's Venom, dude.
But in association with Marvel.
This is getting really confusing.
It said they're in association. I'm sure they have to say that, hey, at the end of the day, these characters did belong to Marvel at some point.
No.
Well, they're dropping a logo. What do you want me to say?
Oh, I watched the trailer earlier.
Yeah. So he fucking gets Carnage by just biting him on the hand really hard?
Yeah.
That's it?
That seems...
What? Like...
What if I just ate a little bit? What if I just got a little taste?
Woody just bites him, and then that's enough for him to get the symbiote juice. Yeah.
I was under the impression that in the comics, Eddie Brock was very pregnant and then went over to Cassidy's cell and gave symbiote birth all over him.
I mean,
there's the Spider-Man cartoon showed it.
Yeah, no, there's different versions and different canons, but I don't remember ever seeing one where Cletus just grabs and goes nom nom noms, and then a new symbiote is born.
Mine now.
Because that means that you can create a whole separation anxiety arc if enough people just bite him.
Yeah, like actually, like couldn't Eddie be like, hey, I know some cool neighborhood people. Everybody get a chomp. We're gonna become a crime fighting team.
Basically.
Like what possible reason is there to not do that?
Yeah. Yeah, pregnant symbiote storyline is always there's a cool one too where I talked about it a couple times, but says Venom got pregnant again and was like,
oh yeah,
I gotta feed on adrenaline, and only Peter does it the way I like it. Please let me jump back on you.
I need Peter to get me double pregnant.
Yeah, and Peter's like, get the fuck away from me, weirdo. Blocked your number, lose it. And it's like, nah, but my babies are gonna die. I have to jump on you. And he's like, fuck you. And then it's like, oh, poor symbiote couldn't reproduce.
Man, comics are fucking stupid. Holy shit.
Yeah, but they're also cool. Like that one time when the suit was like bought by like a crime boss's son, and then he was like,
man, it's just he's like, I'm Spider-Man, and it just ditches him in between buildings.
That's fucking awesome. That's the raddest shit. She's like, yeah, fuck this kid.
This kid's a loser. I'm out.
Just pieced out mid-swing. This is great.
Oh, that's good. It is good.
Yeah. Not much else, you know. I mean, we'll see what it is, but like the vibe of like as long as if the sequel to Venom, which is stuck in 2002, the sequel must also be stuck in 2002. You know? Like, if they keep this line going, they can never reach the present. It must be...
Never.
It must be of the old superhero Blade Ang Lee era. That's what's good.
It has to be.
Yeah, what else is going on? There was an announcement. So Seagate confirmed the first line of PS5 compatible internal SSDs.
That's nice.
The price ranges are going to be $170 for 500 gigs, $275 for 1 terabyte, $570 for 2 terabytes, or $1050 for 4 terabytes. That's not inexpensive.
Could be much worse.
Now here's the thing. Apparently, you might be able to save money by using uh, other hard drives that are compatible with the PS5 that meet the specifications. But if it's not a whitelisted hard drive that Sony approves of, it would constitute voiding your warranty.
Oh, don't do that.
So if you try to save money on getting your expanded storage, you might like have that shit like fuck you up accidentally, which sucks because it works and it's compatible and it can be done. And I believe there was another note that said you're also going to have to get your own cooling. Let me get the exact sentiments. Installing an SSD internally will need to attach their own cooling structure as a heatsink, and that the whole structure will still need to fit into the 110 by 25 by 1125 millimeter space. Yeah, okay. So you don't have free reign with this.
You should probably just use the official supported thing.
It'd be nice if people could make use of the shit that they already had / shit that isn't super expensive.
It'd nice. But the shit you already have is like the really not fast enough SSD thing. They got some kind of super SSD in that fucking thing. Dude, I don't know. I just delete games.
I mean, there's that. And of course, you know, this is relevant to the chosen, the human beings who've actually been able to get a PS5.
I'm a human, and I got one.
Quick heads up, but we've been keeping our eyes on this cool-looking driving fighting game. It's now got a name. It's now got a page. It's called Buck Up and Drive. And you've seen it on Twitter. It's the game where cars are basically drifting and attacking each other at the same time. And it looks super cool. And there's now a playable demo. So everyone who's been asking me if I've seen it, yes. And now we are calling your attention to it because you can. There's a pitch, an itch.io page for it at fabiofontes.itch.io. Buck Up and Drive, playable demo. Check it out. He's put up a pre-purchase thing for it too. Looks super sick. I haven't actually tried it yet, but heads up about this rad-looking Twitter game existing. I think we're in a world now where like you gotta have to do that as like there's these Twitter games, and like you have to. I wait for them to be real in some form before bringing them up. You know, like sometimes you see a tweet of something. For example, like someone linked me to a really cool looking game like just this morning, and it's this like just like a trio of projects, and like it's like a character that's fighting in an open space, and every time they do an attack, it's synced to some classical music, you know? And it looks really cool, but they're at the end of the day fighting in a void on an open space, essentially demoing the engine and the proof of concept. So it's like, yeah, this is a cool thing, but like when we're gonna say like, hey, check this out, it's when there's at least like, you know, something to go look at, a demo, a full trailer. It's more than just like some ideas kind of in a form. I like to kind of wait for those moments. So this would be the moment for this. Because originally the car game was just, we watched the first version of it be just drifting. And then it was like drifting and grinding on rails. And then after grinding on rails, they're like, yeah, fuck it. We added a spin attack. And we added 2 players in a fighting game life bar. And then we added like a jump button, you know, and then it just became like this wild thing. So, Buck Up and Drive. Take a look.
That was a good piece of news. Thank God, finally. Something. Yep. God.
And then, you know, beyond the fucking dumpster fires, there's some fun things here and there. Ammy is now going to be in Monster Hunter Rise as a skin for your doggos.
That's cool.
I love this news, and I am also, again, weirded out by being forced to confront non-cell shaded Amaterasu.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It looks great. It looks
Yeah,
great.
it looks good.
But every time I see it with the full fur, I'm just like, ooh, yeah, that's not how I know you. But I like it. I do like it. And as well, unfortunately we're a little too early for it, but it seems like as of I think tomorrow, they're also going to show off Akira in Street Fighter V.
Oh, that's cool.
People are, I don't know, maybe they'll show them off at the same time as Oro, who was next in line. Maybe not, but yeah, it would be nice to get some info on this. I think that's the just the thought or the whatever side comment they're gonna make about the Rival Schools franchise is pretty much the most important part of this release. You know?
Oh yeah.
Whatever throwaway.
It's gonna be like, this is Akira. You may recognize her, but let's not talk about that. That shit sucks, and you're stupid. Now she's in Street Fighter, where she really matters.
Just one of the coolest character designs of all time, man. Fucking hell. I'd love to see that franchise come back, as we all would, but that's besides the point. And speaking of throwaway lines, of course, that's all hilarious because this was also hand in hand with a week where a lot of people had things to say. I think Punk won the Capcom event qualifier or like cup thing, and just in the clip, there's just, you know, God bless Ultra David, just like, hey man, so how do you feel? You know, taking home the gold and stuff, and Punk's just like, I'm gonna just play.
Plan for this in the future.
Yeah. How are you gonna plan for? Yeah. And he's like, man, I'm gonna just play Strive.
I'm gonna play Guilty Gear, man.
Yeah. You know, I like this game, but the online is really frustrating. So instead of getting annoyed, I'm gonna just play some Guilty Gear.
Like there's
it is what it is, man.
There's the guy who won the Mario Tennis.
Yeah.
There's the guy who won the For Honor tournament, and I think it's some League players that won a Fortnite tournament.
And I want
the champ coming up and be like, yo, this shit's trash.
And it's not the champ, but I want to give an honorary mention to Sajam as well, because he was on a commentary calling out the netcode being bad, and he got, you know, Capcom didn't like that, so he can't do commentary anymore. You know? Like,
I mean, that's fair. Why do you want your commentator shitting on your game?
Because he was keeping it a buck.
Yeah, but why would Capcom want that?
Well, this is what happens instead. The players speak up. You know?
Oh no.
And David just kind of laughed. He's just like, well, you're pretty good at that game, so yeah. What are you supposed to do, you know? Like, he throws it out there. And then meanwhile, on the exact opposite end of the spectrum, Sonic Fox tweeting out this week that they're focusing more on Skullgirls because they're not really feeling the drive and strive. And this leads to it leads to a really funny series of discussions, because there's people who've always been like, yeah, I want Rev 3 more than anything, and those who haven't liked what the direction that Guilty Gear's gone in. And I saw, you know, between Sonic Fox and like Kizzy, they're talking about how like they're like, yeah, the game is at its best when you're in Roman cancel, when you're activating RC, but like outside of that, there's just not enough. They don't have enough freedom. And yeah, that's, I mean, you know, everyone can definitely like have their takes on it, and it makes sense when you're playing at that level that you can absolutely see and feel things that like most of us are not. Though the response when people are like weirdly waiting for top players to tell them how to feel about things is always really just like,
well, how am I gonna know how to feel or have an opinion unless somebody tells me, Wooly?
It's so fucking just, it's so transparent, you know? And like, then thankfully, like a really great comic got retweeted, Sonic Fox retweeted right after that little couple of that little thread about that. Shout outs to Mighty Dubs, who I've seen on Twitter before. Was like, yeah, a little comic of like Sonic Fox going, this game kind of sucks now, ugh. And then anonymous person in the background's like, ugh, I know, right? And Fox is like, yeah, what did you find ruined it for you? And then the person just starts sweating and like, you first. And Fox is like, no. You know, and it's just like, yeah, you're yeah, totally, I hate it, it sucks, it's garbage. Really? What's going on? What do you think? What are your feelings? Why do you feel that way?
Well, how do you feel, actually? You
fucking
like,
form your opinions.
Yeah.
Form your opinions. Don't get influenced, says the influencer to you right now.
The only one you should be listening to is me and maybe Wooly and maybe Paige.
Not even.
Okay, don't listen to Wooly. He's disagreeing with this. Just me.
Do not get influenced unless we say that we're taking a word from our sponsors. Then get influenced. But until then, do not. It's the only time. It's the influence zone. Yeah, it's fucking it's one of those things where it's a super like it's a super interesting thing to see like the discussion happen, and then especially amongst top players who are like placing really high and like seeing what their thoughts are, where it's going, and how they feel about these things, you know, where the shortcomings are. I like that, but like when there's this like meta commentary thing of just people who are like, oh well, you know, now that the best player in the world has said this, then I'm just gonna I'm tapping out based on that. It's funny because like with Punk, for example, it's a statement on the quality of your ability to play the game with other people online.
Yeah.
You know, and he's saying like literally like he's like, I enjoy this, but I'm getting frustrated at this thing, you know. Whereas over here it's like, no, it's a gameplay criticism, which is a lot less universal. Your bad online is a universal thing everyone's going to experience together. Someone being a fucking god at the game and then having these feelings about it is much more particular to their skill level, their understanding, and what's happening at
it's like a hierarchy of complaints. You have to be able to play the game to complain about its gameplay.
Yeah. So anyway, that's been a funny little back and forth week. I'm having fun. Got kicked out of heaven. The month reset. It's time to get back in.
Yeah, that sucks, bro.
You know, we'll figure it out. We're finding our way. Feeling a lot more comfortable with the god awful matches, so it's kind of settling into place. Yeah, but that's pretty much it news wise.
All right. Email time. If you want to send an email, that's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Correct.
I did it. I'm smart.
Got one coming in from Greg.
Hey, Greg, what up, man?
Dear Nago Ryuki Post, Potemkin, Potbuster, and Potemkin, I want to give you guys an update on the Audacity spyware controversy from last month.
Cool.
A week and a half ago, July 22nd, the Audacity dev team published a revised version of their privacy policy, among other things, removes the controversy-sparking line about collecting data for law enforcement, litigation, and authorities, results, if any. The revision was released with a statement on their GitHub page where they explained that the line was poor and unclear legal phrasing on their part and that it was never their intention to collect any unspecified data from the users. They also apologized for the major communication breakdown and claimed responsibility for the damage caused. To be clear, it was badly phrased in the privacy policy because the app itself does not contain any features or spyware that can share information with third parties and never has. Proper vigilance is always encouraged, especially now with all the organizational changes happening. But as is, Audacity is safe to use. And here's a link to the privacy, the policy and such. says Greg. So, at the very least, I'm going to look into this and see if this is one of them press X to doubts or not. Because at the end of the day, the company has changed hands. And who knows whether that's just a backpedal or a we got caught or a legitimate fuck up. But
it could be anything.
Yeah. I mean, Dark Audacity hasn't exploded ever since that first time. So, it is working right now.
That means it was your fault. You looked at it wrong.
But yeah, I'm gonna need to look into that a little bit more myself, Greg, and see if that's actually true and whether or not I buy that story.
Thanks for your email, Greg Audacity.
That's what I was looking for. I was like, does this say Greg at audacity.com? And it did not.
Could you imagine?
It didn't. It didn't.
Oh, man.
But I did
that would
look.
Fucking rule.
I glanced up to make sure that wasn't the case. Yeah. If anything, if it was, I'd be like, yo, fix that 1 in 10,000 lost fucking recording bug.
New email came in. Nah. We don't know what causes it.
All right, we got one coming in from Michael. Says, Dear Guilty Gear Lorekeeper and Commander Pat, I watched a series of videos on Star Citizen called Sunk Cost Galaxy by Blink ATX. Not completed yet, but so far gives a good overview of the disaster and how it happened. A bit of insight into the trick Star Citizen uses to get its backers to dump thousands into it. From a backer who was one of the first to pump thousands. Really interesting because it comes from someone who was deep into it. And I look at Star Citizen, about its $380 million from its citizens, and who knows how much from other investors. And this had to be the most expensive game ever made that has been worked on for like 10 years and is still a mess. Which is worse, a pipe dream or a scam? I don't believe Star Citizen is a scam, but it's an impossible dream that Chris and the citizens want.
It is both. So I don't know how to answer that question. I don't think it is a pure scam, because a pure scam
is vaporware.
Would have them they wouldn't be working on anything.
Yeah,
they're clearly working on it,
and
they
the game.
People...
correct me if I'm wrong, but you can currently play it. You can play the game right now.
Kinda.
It's an alpha or whatever, right?
Like I believe so. I haven't been following it, but like there are people working on it, and I'm sure there are people that totally believe they're going to release a game. So it can't be a pure scam. And it is a pipe dream, definitely. But you cannot possibly tell me that all the people at the top of that company actually think that the game's going to release within like 20 fucking years. There's no fucking chance. Like, there's no way. Well, they know they're taking in millions of dollars that are going to a half-completed pile of shit.
$380 million is the craziest thing I've ever seen associated with a video game. Does that number is that even real?
Yeah.
Are there 380 people working on Star Citizen?
I don't know. We should probably go watch this video, Sunk Cost Galaxy. That sounds like a good start.
Because if there are not, then that is at least $1 million per employee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like people are clearly working on a thing that they are attempting to make real, while simultaneously taking in hundreds of millions of dollars for something that must be known isn't going to fulfill its promises.
Fuck. Yeah.
So, like, where it sits on the scam scale, the plan appears to be work on it forever until the money runs out.
On a scale from Yandere Simulator to Infinium Labs Phantom.
Oh man, this is definitely closer to the Yandere simulator side of things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's quite the scale you just created.
Actually, I don't know if it's accurate because like this did release something as opposed to releasing nothing.
Listen, man, Star Citizen would be out, except I have to read 13 hours of backer emails every single day. Like, what do you want me to do? Not read those?
And I would also like to zoom out and extend the scale past Infinium Labs. I'd like to take the end point as the sun told me not to.
Oh man, that's the. I remember being
That's
in the car
actually
with
the
you.
end of the line.
We were in Toronto in a fucking cab when I was on my phone and I saw that, and we all started to lose it. God,
I don't think it gets worse than that.
Nothing's gonna top that shit.
That's the end of the line. Yeah. All right. Well, that's perfect. We got one coming in here. The Jazzo says, "Crazy people. Hey, Willie and Pat, I was playing Monster Hunter World with my friends online. Excuse me, and I was talking about how Rajang's theme is annoying, and then one of my friends told me, "Wait, you play with the music on?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's normal."
Oh my god.
And then he started talking to me like I'm insane for turning the music on. And he started talking about how he turns the music off in every game he plays and how it doesn't matter for a game, it's just annoying sounds. And I started going insane listening to him, and I remembered another person I know who mutes every game he plays and plays the game without any sound because it's not important for a game.
So I just had like my fingertips on my eyeballs just trying to escape from that. That's so crazy.
Now, I remember when I was playing Overwatch and Apex with the Black Gift, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this song when you're launching is pretty cool. I like it." And they were like, "What do you? Yeah, no, we mute that shit." I was like, "Oh, okay." And like, if it's a jingle that you don't want to hear because you're literally going to hear it hundreds of times or so, I can understand if after you hit the triple digits on something, you're kind of just like, I'm done with that.
I have friends that I play 14 with on Sundays that sometimes turn their music off because we're running the same fights like literally 100 times.
So I understand
they get
that.
Sick of the song.
Yes, I understand that. In when you hit the and that's one of the best soundtracks ever made, right? Like,
oh yeah, but
yeah.
like in particular, this expansion, 3 of those bosses had the same music in them. So like it's like this is play number fucking 250 of Beef Soft Tacos. I'm going to freak.
Yes, triple digits, it makes sense. But in this context where it's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. It hurts. And I know that, like, you see this too, not anymore because of the Twitch policies now, but back in the day, most random streams you tuned into was someone playing a game and just playing a playlist at the same time and just not even really hearing it, you know? And I don't think it was always games that they had played hundreds and hundreds of hours of, but it was default expectation was click on a stream, random playlist is going to be playing, and then also the sounds of the game are going to be on, but the music's going to be off.
So like, I don't know which one of these people they're describing is more nuts, because on the one hand you have somebody who turns off the music no matter what and plays their own music, which I can kind of see, right? Because it's like, you prefer your own music. Sure. I did that for Halo a couple times playing through the whatever. But then when they like look at you like you're crazy for leaving the music on, Like, what the fuck? But
No.
then you have the person who just turns it on and immediately mutes the whole thing.
Full mute's insane. Sound matters in everything.
Have you lost your mind?
Audio cues matter in just about everything. Or at least everything that's not just turn-based, I suppose. You
Watch a movie. Just turn the sound off, put on the subtitles, whatever. Who gives a shit? I'm listening to Pantera while I watch fucking 8 Crazy Nights. Who gives a shit?
I mean, that's not uncommon in, like, shops and other places to throw a movie on and just have it on mute in the background. The tattoo parlor I was getting done at
Yeah, but you're not
does
doing that so you can listen to... These people are crazy.
Yeah, no. Audio cues fucking matter. That's crazy to just immediately throw all that out.
Super nuts.
Now,
Crazy.
At the same time, one of the hypest things I've ever had was a Marvel 2 Dreamcast remix album that replaced all the music in the game with fucking hip-hop, and it was super sick because the intro was
Sure.
Mama Said Knock You Out, and then like it was just a hot mix.
Yeah.
Playing over the
I
fighting
remember
games.
seeing people talk about that.
It was great. DJ Cunio's Remux, I want to say it was called. It was fucking strong. Had
This is insane.
Pharaoh Monch. Yeah. So,
By the way, to those of you who were confused, and I assume there's many, about our son story earlier, there is a Kickstarter whose name I can't remember, and I forget what it was for, in which the developer or creator or whatever came back and said, by the way, I got all the money and the project was on the way, but the son spoke to me and told me not to do the project, so unfortunately I will have to cancel everything, and no, you will not be getting refunds.
yep. I said, by the way, DJ Cunio, as in River City Ransom, not Kuno. Yeah,
The project was
Board game.
Catalyka, K-A-T-A-L-Y-K-A.
Mm-hmm. There's always
85 backers pledged almost $8,000.
the story is always new to someone. It's always new to some of you.
Son told me not to. Sorry.
Son,
It's bad.
thanks for the money, though.
Yeah. Sun as in the planetary body made out of flame. Not as in a family relation.
Yeah. All right. And let's take one over here from Jojo. And Jojo says, hello, Turtle Wolves and Crane Pat. I've recently decided to drop Strive, not because I haven't been enjoying it, but because my friends are getting too serious about it. I like to play as May and play keep away with a little bit of footy strategy, as written here. This has resulted in me getting many wins on my friends. We usually joke about how May is carrying me, as I don't do as well with other characters, but I feel like the jokes have turned into actual complaints about my playstyle, and I have decided to just completely drop the game as my wins feel invalidated, and I began to feel depressed when I won and when I lost. So, have you ever dropped a game for similar reasons?
You should drop your fucking bitch-ass friends! Those dudes sound like bitch-ass losers! Report them to Scrub Quotes!
They are scrub quoting in real life. This is true. Now, it is... If they're being salty bitches about it, and it is what it is, then that should, like, that ruining the fun you're having in this game sucks, and that's on them. And I hope that, like, you can get better matches online. It'd be terrible for you to fucking lose out on something you enjoy because of that, you know?
You should change your ringtone to that fucking public domain dolphin noise and tell people to call you when you're having matches with your friends.
Or just a disaster of passion, you know? And or whenever you get a text message, just buys a window, you know? As many reminders as possible. Anyway, no, I think that sucks, and I think you online can hopefully help there. Locals don't exist, so that's not gonna fucking be an answer. And at the same time too, like if it's possible that like you're inferring that and it's not necessarily the case, then I don't know, maybe talk to them about it. You know, maybe go, hey guys, like I like the game, but I feel like you're making me feel like shit when we play, and that sucks. You know, and like, you know, maybe like let them like lab with them and help them step their game up, or direct them to some resources. Maybe
alternatively, you could just start playing Soul.
There is that.
Until they beg you to go back to May.
There is that. Yeah, you know, maybe bring it up, maybe talk to them about it, because aside from just like the bad feelings that you are having for a game that you're still enjoying, you fucking spent money on the game. You bought this. It's a thing that it's a product that, you know, you should be able to enjoy as long as you are having fun with it, regardless of those outside circumstances. So, yeah, give them a talk.
You should start playing matches with May in which you refuse to use normals at all and get them to die with only Dolphin. Only Dolphin.
I mean, I have a whole anti-May playbook in mind now, and I'm looking forward to May matches to like actually like ironing out and perfecting it. You know, same thing for Axel.
I remember
two of the worst matchups, but like I have so much shit written down for how to deal with it that I want to test it out and iron it out and make it better.
I remember playing with somebody many years ago in which they were complaining that the character I had chosen was too good. I think it was Adon. It was definitely Adon in Super Street Fighter 4. And I went, okay, don't worry, I'll tone it down. And then I proceeded to win a match against them by using only their standing roundhouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm down to one button. And they were mad.
Mm-hmm. And as an aside, you know, I've told it a couple of times, but again, there's always a new audience. I used to run matches of Street Fighter 4 with like one of the strongest Dhalsim players in North America from our city on a regular basis, and Snafu, and like it was just impossible. It felt completely impossible.
Like, why are you playing a different game than I am? What are you doing?
And we would do like literally like first to 100 sets. Like it was insane. But over fighting him every week, and we'd do these rounds and we'd do these phases, and like I would slowly develop an understanding of this matchup that turned it into the most comfortable matchup I could have, even though it was not in my favor. Like, I made up for the fact that I hated fighting the character with such an overwhelming amount of experience against him that any other Dhalsim I fought in tournament at any other point was a joke, because the experience in this one thing against the strongest one beefed my fucking like reactions and ability to fight him and take him out way higher than any other matchup in the game. You know, it happened again when I was gonna fight Daigo, and I went through the gamut and fought every fucking Ryu on the planet that I could find. And then when we got to Evo and we on everyone else, like I fought so many Ryus, and now it's like, oh, that specific Ryu matchup is like I have such a weight dropped on that character versus the rest of the cast, and it helps a lot when you're fighting them in the wild. So, you know, tell your friends that they're gonna have extra Mei knowledge going forward after fighting you. You know, it's not gonna make a difference, but anyway.
Nah, no, they don't care.
Yeah. All right. That'll do it.
That'll do it for this week.
We will see you guys next time. And yeah, I think well, yeah, no, just you can do the reminder of your schedule and
yeah, I'll just check out my Twitter at Pat Stares at. I still got to figure it out.
There you go.
I think I'm playing Phantasy Star Online 2 this week. New Genesis.
Yeah, and you know, over on Wooly Versus, doing the thing. By the way, everybody go wish Reggie a happy birthday, because
oh, it's Reggie's birthday today.
He's a birthday boy.
Oh, cool. Oh man, I'm gonna do that right now. Hey, is it Chester01?
Chester
happy
with the 2 R's.
Birthday.
Yeah.
Good for you. That means Reggie and Charlie have the same birthday. Weird.
Every year, his fro grows larger and stronger. All right.
It takes a year. Whatever. You all have a good week. Bye.